Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
In DXD, Reincarnated as a Incubus. Part 1. When Shirakami Kaide opened his eyes, his mind felt as chaotic as if an entire copy of 5 years of Gaokao, 3 years of mock exams had been crammed inside. No, it might be even more chaotic than that. At least 5 years of Gaokao, 3 years of mock exams wouldn't speak to him in a cold, electronic voice inside his head. Succubus system activating. Binding host. Shirakami Kaide. Initial skills loading. Static gaze LV1, area stasis LV1, mirror reflection LV1. Magic circuit construction complete. Newbie gift pack has been sent to system space. Hint. The host can obtain experience points and skill points by fulfilling contracts and completing missions. Experience points are used for evolution and leveling up. Skill points are used for strengthening skills. Current level. LV1. Available servant slots. 1. Point system activated. Points can be obtained by acquiring servant lust value. Points can be exchanged for items, skill points, 10 points equals 1 skill point, etc., in the mall. We wish you a pleasant experience. Shirakami Kaide lay on the ground, staring at the dark purple sky above, which held two strange, enchanting moons. Only one thought remained in his mind. Did I transmigrate? Before he could fully process all this information, a rush of wind suddenly came from above. Shirakami Kaide subconsciously looked up. Then he froze. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of legs, long, straight, wrapped in black over the knee socks, gleaming softly under the moonlight. Looking further up, there was the hem of a dark blue pleated skirt, and, pure white, lace-edged panties. Shirakami Kaide's rationality told him not to stare, but his neck seemed to have rusted, refusing to move at all. Fortunately, something even more attention-grabbing appeared quickly. Behind the owner of those legs, a pair of pitch black, featherless wings slowly unfolded, gently swaying in the night breeze. A devil. The word flashed subconsciously in Shirakami Kaide's mind. The figure slowly descended in the moonlight, like a slow-motion scene in a movie. When her feet lightly touched the ground, Shirakami Kaide finally saw her in full. Red hair. It was deep red long hair, like burning flames, cascading down her back, the tips almost reaching her waist. Her face was too delicate to seem real, her purple eyes sparkling like jewels under the moonlight, her nose bridge high, and her lips full, the kind of appearance that was hard to forget after one glance. But the most striking feature was the fullness beneath her school uniform shirt, which seemed ready to burst out. Shirakami Kaide swore he wasn't doing it intentionally. But that size, it was practically challenging the limits of the uniform buttons. The top two buttons of her shirt weren't even fastened, revealing delicate collarbones and a faint glimpse of cleavage. When did an uninvited guest intrude upon Grimoire family territory? The red-haired girl spoke, her voice cool but carrying a natural authority. She tilted her head slightly, assessing Shirakami Kaide lying on the ground, a hint of confusion flashing in her purple eyes. Shirakami Kaide's brain finally started working. Red hair, large breasts, devil wings, claiming the Grimoire family. Rias Grimoire. He murmured. The heroine of high school DXD, president of the Kuo Academy Occult Research Club, a high-class devil, and the younger sister of the demon king Lucifer. Oh. You know me. Rias raised an eyebrow. But I don't seem to recall seeing you on the Underworld's roster. She took 2 steps forward, looking down at Shirakami Kaide. I am Rias Grimoire, the next head of the Grimoire family. This area is our family's jurisdiction in the human world. May I know your identity, strange devil gentleman? Shirakami Kaide quickly scrambled up from the ground. His movements were a bit clumsy, but he managed to stand straight. His mind raced. According to the original setting, devils have a strict hierarchy, and lower-class devils must maintain respect towards high-class devils. Rias is not only a high-class devil but also a demon king bloodline, holding an elevated status. More importantly, She should still be in the phase of gathering servants. My name is Shirakami Kaide, he said, bowing slightly, mimicking the devil etiquette he recalled. I am just an ordinary lower class devil. As for why I appeared here, he displayed a perfectly timed expression of confusion. To be honest, I don't know either. My last memory was performing a patrol mission on the border of the underworld. Then everything went black, and when I opened my eyes again, I was here. Half truth, half lie, the hardest combination to expose. Rias did not respond immediately. Her gaze swept over Shirakami Kaide, from face to foot, as if evaluating something. Suddenly, her expression changed. It was a look mixed with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Her eyes were fixed on Shirakami Kaide's left hand, or, more accurately, the position of his left arm. This aura. Rias's voice trembled slightly. A sacred gear. Almost simultaneously, the system prompt sounded in Shirakami Kaide's mind. Target detected. Rias Grimoire. Race. High-class devil, pure blood. Identity. Next head of the Grimoire family, younger sister of Demon King Lucifer. Current status. Alert, shocked, assessing. Lust value. Oh, her interest in you is currently unrelated to desire. Contractable status. Yes. Suggestion. The target is currently unsettled by the sacred gear's aura. This is an excellent opportunity to establish a connection. Sacred gear. Shirakami Kaide was stunned for a moment, then realized, it was the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, from the newbie gift pack. That thing was currently lying quietly in his system space, but apparently, its aura had leaked. Rias-sama, Shirakami Kaide decided to take the initiative, showing a perfect amount of surprise on his face. Did you just say? Sacred gear. What is that? Feigning ignorance was the priority. Rias took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. But her gaze still hadn't moved from Shirakami Kaide's left arm. You don't know what a sacred gear is. Her voice returned to normal, but her eyes remained sharp. Then have you felt any special power within you? Or, have you had any strange dreams? Like of a dragon, or armor? Here it comes, the classic sacred treasure host interrogation scene. Shirakami Kaide shook his head, his expression so sincere he could win an Oscar. No. I am just an ordinary lower-class devil. My magic power is weak, my skills are mediocre, and I'm not even very proficient at flying. He paused, as if suddenly remembering something. However, my left hand occasionally gets warm recently, but it quickly subsides. I thought it was just poor magic circulation. Half truth, half lie, mixed with a little Riddler element. Rias fell silent. The moonlight shone on her red hair, casting a faint halo. She crossed her arms, her index finger lightly tapping her elbow, a habitual movement when she was thinking. Shirakami Kaide took the opportunity to examine her again. It must be said that Rias's appearance perfectly matched all his imaginings of a devil princess. Arrogant, beautiful, powerful, and those things that were nearly tearing her shirt. Must not stare, must not stare. Shirakami Kaide, Rias suddenly spoke, interrupting his wild thoughts. You just said you were a lower-class devil, correct? Yes, milady. Then, Rias took a step forward, her purple eyes looking directly into Shirakami Kaide's. Would you be willing to become my servant? It's here. Shirakami Kaide's heart stirred, but he displayed a perfectly timed expression of surprise and apprehension. As servant. Rias-sama, are you saying, you want me to become your devil piece? That's right. Rias nodded. I am currently forming my servant team. Although I already have a few members, there are still vacancies. And you? Her gaze swept over Shirakami Kaide's left arm again. You possess a trait that interests me. Shirakami Kaide immediately dropped to one knee, his movement was so standard it seemed rehearsed countless times. It would be my honor to serve Rias-sama. His voice was full of respect. But, he raised his head, displaying a confused look. I am just an ordinary lower-class devil. My magic power is weak, and my abilities are unremarkable. Why would Rias-sama choose me? Given your status, there should be many more excellent candidates. Keep acting. Rias did not answer immediately. She stared at Shirakami Kaide for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. It was a playful smile. Shirakami Kaide, do you know something? She said softly. In the world of devils, sometimes being unique is more valuable than being powerful. Moreover, she turned around, looking at the brightly lit city in the distance. This is the human world, not the underworld. Allowing a devil of unknown origin like you to wander alone might cause unnecessary trouble. Rather than that, it's better to keep you somewhere I can see you. The reason was sound and irrefutable. I understand. Shirakami Kaide lowered his head. In that case, I accept your invitation, Lady Rias. Very well. Rias raised her hand, and a complex magic circle unfolded beneath her feet, illuminating the surroundings with a scarlet glow. Grab my arm, I'll take you back. Shirakami Kaide quickly complied. The moment his hand touched Rias's arm, he felt a warm sensation, and a faint, elusive scent. Detected physical contact with Rias Grimoire. Lust value plus 0.5. Points plus 0.05. Current points 0.05. Shirakami Kaide. 0.5 lust value. 0.05 points. System, are you mocking me? Before he could complain, the light from the magic circle suddenly intensified. The surrounding space began to twist, and the scenery blurred like stirred water. When their vision cleared again, they were standing in a completely different place. It was a spacious room with European-style decor, and the campus night view was visible outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows. A long table was placed in the center of the room, surrounded by sofas and bookshelves. Strange symbols and maps hung on the walls, and the bookshelves were filled with heavy ancient texts. This is Welcome to the Occult Research Club at Kuo Academy, Rias said, letting go of his hand and walking toward the sofa in the center of the room, and my base of operations in the human world. She sat down, crossed her legs elegantly, and looked at Shirakami Kaide, who was still standing in place. Have a seat. Before the formal servant conversion, I have a few questions for you. Shirakami Kaide obediently sat down across from her. Rias clasped her hands over her knees, her posture perfect, like she was posing for a magazine cover. First, she began slowly, are you truly unaware of the anomaly within you? Rias's purple eyes gazed at Shirakami Kaide, seemingly trying to pierce his soul. After receiving his second affirmative, yet confused, nod, she sighed softly and relaxed her posture slightly. It seems you genuinely don't know. Leaning back against the sofa, she crossed her hands in front of her knees and began to explain in a professorial tone. Sacred gears are miraculous creations of the God of the Bible, residing within specific beings. They possess all sorts of strange abilities, and the 13 most powerful ones, which even hold the possibility of God slaying, are called sacred gear. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Shirakami Kaide's left arm again, even though it currently looked completely normal. And what emanates from you is the aura of one of those sacred gear, the boosted gear. That is a gauntlet-type sacred gear, formed from the soul and power of the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the legendary 2 heavenly dragons. It can multiply the wielder's power, possesses infinite potential, and even. She looked at Shirakami Kaide, it can fight against gods and devils. Shirakami Kaide's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, and his face displayed disbelief, which slowly transitioned into an expression mixed with shock and ecstasy. A sacred gear. On me. He lowered his head, repeatedly looking at his hands, especially his left arm, his voice trembling with excitement. I can become stronger. Like those heroes in legends. His performance was spot on, perfectly displaying the astonishment and pleasant surprise of an ordinary devil, who suddenly learned he possessed a great treasure. He was so excited that he even stood up and paced back and forth a couple of steps before managing to calm down enough to sit again, though his eyes still shimmered with excitement. Rias watched him quietly as he digested the shocking news. Only when his breathing had steadied did she speak again, her voice more formal and serious than before. Shirakami Kaide, possessing a sacred gear means you are destined for an extraordinary life. It will bring you opportunities, but also endless danger. All factions will covet this power. She leaned forward slightly, her purple eyes locking onto him. Now, I ask you again, formally, are you willing to become my servant, my pawn? To grow under my protection, utilize this power, and advance alongside me. Shirakami Kaide did not hesitate. He stood up, placed his right hand over his left chest, performed a standard devil courtesy, and spoke with a firm tone. I am willing, Lady Rias. I dedicate my strength and loyalty to you. Excellent. Rias also stood up, her expression solemn. She raised her right hand, palm upward, and a complex, small magic circle appeared in her palm, emitting a soft red light. In the name of Grimoire, using the devil pieces as proof, I hereby form the master-servant contract. 8 faintly glowing red chess pieces, shaped like the pawn in international chess, emerged from the magic circle in her palm and slowly rotated around Shirakami Kaide. Pawn pieces, all 8. Rias's voice carried a rhythm unique to rituals. This represents the evaluation of your potential. Accept them, let them merge into your soul, and become part of your power. Shirakami Kaide could feel the gentle yet powerful devil energy contained within the 8 pieces, resonating with something inside him. It was the boosted gear that had yet to manifest. He relaxed his mind and body, opening his magic circuit. The chess pieces sped up, turning into 8 streams of red light that successively sank into his chest. A powerful and profound warm current, much stronger than the one from the handshake, instantly swept through his entire body. He could clearly feel his magic power increasing, his physical strength improving, and a brand belonging to Rias Grimoire seemingly imprinted deep within his soul. During the contracting process, a thought suddenly popped into Shirakami Kaide's mind. What would happen if he used that contract voucher on Rias right now? Deciding to act immediately, he submerged his consciousness into the system, selected the contract voucher, and unhesitatingly chose to use it. The moment the servant contract was completed, a complex magic circle, sudden, completely different from a devil magic circle, and emitting a faint peach-pink glow, appeared without warning beneath Rias's feet. What? The solemnity on Rias's face was instantly replaced by astonishment. She didn't even have time to react before the light from the magic circle suddenly intensified, enveloping her completely. Ah! Amidst Rias's startled cry, she was lifted by the power of the magic circle, suspended in midair. Immediately afterward, a scene unfolded that made Shirakami Kaide's pupils contract and nearly caused his nosebleed to flow backward like a river. The light enveloping Rias seemed to carry a strange power of disintegration. Her Kuo Academy uniform, the shirt, skirt, tie, and even her underwear, was instantly stripped away as if by an invisible hand, dissolving into scattered specks of light. The light from the indoor magic lamp shone unobstructed upon her stunningly perfect, delicate body. Her flame-like red hair was spread out, contrasting against her snow-white skin, and her proud, ample curves were completely unrestrained. Her slender waist, rounded hips, long and straight legs, every curve seemed like the creator's most meticulously carved work of art. Shirakami Kaide felt a boom in his brain, his nasal cavity warmed, and 2 streams of warm liquid gushed out uncontrollably. He saw 2 warriors who had risked death climbing a snowy mountain, finally standing proudly atop the peak after enduring great hardship. Although they faced each other across a mountain, they shared the common spiritual symbol of red. Shirakami Kaide couldn't help but feel reverence and longing for the 2 warriors, so he wiped another streak of nosebleed. Meanwhile, Rias, suspended in the magic circle, followed her brief stupor with a scream of extreme shame and fury. She instinctively tried to curl up her body, but the power of the magic circle forced her to maintain an outstretched posture. What horrified her even more was that she could feel a strange, unfamiliar power invading her body, gathering and outlining something in her lower abdomen. An intricate, seductive-looking pink-purple crest was appearing and solidifying on the smooth, flat skin of her lower abdomen at a visible speed. It was a pattern interwoven with hearts, wings, and chains, emitting a faint aura of lust and contract. Succubus crest. The light from the magic circle lasted for about 10 seconds, then suddenly vanished just as it had appeared. Rias fell down, but fortunately, being a devil, she was agile and managed to steady herself after a slight stumble. But at this moment, one hand was tightly covering her chest while the other desperately concealed the private area between her legs. Her originally pale skin was now flushed with a captivating crimson, spreading from her cheeks down to her neck, earlobes, and even near her delicate collarbones. Her purple eyes were filled with shame, fury, bewilderment, and disbelief. Ding. Contract voucher forced, no side effects, used successfully. Contract target. Rias Grimoire, status. Devil servant contract established. Contract type. Succubus system master servant contract, highest priority. Contract effect. Target has become the host's direct servant. The host can view her complete status at any time, share partial system authority pending unlock, and receive points converted from her lust value. This contract does not affect other contract relationships, but the host possesses the final right of interpretation and requires absolute loyalty from the target. Psychological suggestion enhancement. Servant interface updated. The system notification sound brought Shirakami Kaide back slightly from the shock of the beautiful view. He quickly wiped his nosebleed, his gaze wandering, not daring to look again. You. Rias was both ashamed and furious, her voice trembling. She didn't even care about remaining unclothed. She abruptly waved her other hand, and a soft yet dazzling light instantly enveloped her body, concealing all her exposed beauty. Shirakami Kaide closed his eyes, dazzled by the light. A few seconds later, the light dispersed. Rias was once again wearing a complete Kuo Academy uniform, and even her hairstyle had been restored. However, that exquisite face was still so red it looked ready to drip blood, and her chest was still subtly rising and falling, showing her extreme inner turmoil. But the pride of being the Grimoire family heiress and her strong psychological fortitude allowed her to forcibly suppress the initial shame, fury, and confusion. She didn't immediately lash out at Shirakami Kaide. Instead, she took several deep breaths and reached out to lift the hem of her newly donned shirt. On her lower abdomen, the pink-purple succubus crest was clearly visible, even faintly emitting a warm sensation. Rias's pupils suddenly contracted. Her family was ancient, possessing countless books and vast knowledge, so she immediately recognized this crest, which only existed in certain ancient, forbidden records. That was the succubus servant crest, symbolizing a person who had been bound by the highest-tier succubus contract, belonging body and soul to a certain master. And that master. She abruptly looked up, her gaze stabbing like a knife toward Shirakami Kaide, who was still wiping his nosebleed and avoiding eye contact. She could clearly sense that, besides the devil servant contract she had just initiated with Shirakami Kaide, there was another connection between them, one that was deeper, more dominant, and even subtly suppressed the former contract. A contract where Shirakami Kaide was the master and she was the subordinate. They became each other's servants. No, that's wrong. The level and nature of this second contract were far more ancient and mysterious than the devil chess piece contract. What is going on? Rias's voice turned cold. A ball of deep crimson flame of destruction magic power ignited with a bang in her hand. The temperature in the room instantly soared, and the powerful pressure of a high-class devil spread throughout. Shirakami Kaide. What did you do to me? This crest? Or you, a succubus? Shirakami Kaide's heart skipped a beat, but he put on an expression of greater confusion and terror than Rias, even taking half a step back and waving his hands repeatedly. Rias-sama. What's wrong? What crest? Succubus. I don't know. What was that magic circle just now? Did the contract go wrong? I just felt your chess piece power enter my body, and then I saw you start glowing. I didn't do anything. Play dumb, and stick to it. Looking at Shirakami Kaide's innocent, almost tearful expression, the flame in Rias's hand flickered. She could sense that Shirakami Kaide wasn't lying. At least, in his own perception, he truly didn't do anything. Moreover, he had genuinely become her devil servant. That connection couldn't be fooled. So, how did this mysterious master-servant contract appear? Could it be the self-protection mechanism of the sacred gear within him? Or some unknown power that he couldn't even control himself? But becoming someone else's servant, especially by being branded with the succubus crest, in such a humiliating manner, was an utter disgrace for the proud Grimoire princess, and an unprecedented major upheaval. She stared intently at Shirakami Kaide, the flame flickering erratically in her hand, showing the fierce struggle within her. Finally, the flame of destruction slowly extinguished. My apologies. Rias closed her eyes and took another deep breath. When she reopened her eyes, the shame, fury, and killing intent had been forcibly suppressed, replaced by deep solemnity and confusion. I lost my composure. This matter is very strange. She walked over to the sofa and sat down, clasping her hands on her knees, her fingers gripping so tightly they were turning white. She didn't look at Shirakami Kaide again, but lowered her head, gazing in the direction of her lower abdomen, sinking into prolonged silence. The air in the room seemed to freeze, leaving only the faint sound of their breathing. Shirakami Kaide stood rooted to the spot, holding his breath, internally roasting the system for how the contract voucher took effect. It was too awesome. If every contract resulted in clothes bursting. Oh my, the scene is too beautiful to imagine. After an unknown amount of time, Rias finally spoke again. Her voice had recovered its usual calmness, though it was deeper than before. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. She stood up and looked at Shirakami Kaide, her eyes filled with immense complexity. Until the truth is revealed, you remain my servant, the pawn. Stay here for now, familiarize yourself with the environment, and don't wander off. I will also fulfill my duties as a servant. She spoke the last few words with some difficulty, and her earlobes flushed slightly again. Yes, Rias-sama. Shirakami Kaide nodded honestly. Call me President. That is the more appropriate title here. Rias walked toward the other door in the room. Follow me. I'll take you to your room. Starting tomorrow, you will also be entering Kuo Academy as a transfer student. Shirakami Kaide quickly followed, looking at the red-haired girl's back ahead, straight, yet subtly stiff. Then, recalling the line, Rias Grimoire, in the system's servant list and the prominent succubus crest on her abdomen, he found it hard to suppress the corners of his mouth. The next afternoon, inside the Occult Research Club's activity room. The atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Rias sat on the sofa reserved for the president, her hands folded over her knees, her expression more serious than ever before. Shirakami Kaide stood slightly behind her to the side, like a misbehaving elementary student, feeling the scrutiny of the three gazes from in front of him. To the left was a senior with long black hair tied in a high ponytail. She wore the Kuo Academy uniform, but her gentle aura exuded a mature charm, and a habitual, tender smile played on her lips. Most eye-catching was her ample bust, which rivaled Rias's and, from certain angles, seemed even more substantial, stretching her school uniform shirt into breathtaking curves. Himahima Akano, Rias's queen, a lightning-wielding witch with fallen angel blood. To the right was a petite girl with short silver-white hair. She was expressionless, holding a handheld game console in her arms. Her purple eyes glanced over lazily, carrying a coldness that seemed to say, another troublesome guy has arrived. Kaneko Tuju, Rias's rook, a former Nekomata with monstrous strength. Standing next to Kaneko was a tall, handsome boy with short blonde hair. A gentle smile was on his face, but those blue eyes were as sharp as swords, as if they could see right through a person. Kiba Yuto, Rias's knight, a swordsmanship genius who possessed the sacred gear, sword birth. Rias recounted meeting Shirakami Kaide last night, sensing the aura of the boosted gear, making him her servant, and the subsequent, mutual contract, anomaly in as concise a manner as possible, though omitting certain, key details. That is the gist of the situation. After Rias finished speaking, the activity room fell into a brief silence. The gentle smile on Akino's face froze, and her fingers unconsciously twirled the ends of her hair at her chest. Kaneko put down her game console, her purple cat-like eyes widening. The gentle smile on Yuto's face vanished, replaced by solemnity and deep thought. A sacred gear, the boosted gear. Yuto was the first to speak, his tone filled with disbelief. President, are you sure? For such a legendary sacred gear to appear on an unidentified lower-class devil. The aura cannot be mistaken. Although it is weak and was intentionally hidden, that domineering characteristic of dragon power matches the descriptions in the records, Rias affirmed. Unidentified identity, possibly a succubus, and he and the president have become each other's servants. Kaneko summarized in her characteristic, flat voice, then glanced at Shirakami Kaide. Sounds like the setting of a third-rate fantasy novel. Era tilde. Akino finally snapped out of her shock. She lightly covered her lips with the back of her hand and let out her signature laugh, but her eyes were startlingly bright. Her gaze wandered back and forth between Shirakami Kaide and Rias, finally locking firmly onto Rias. Rather than the sacred gear, I'm more interested in this, becoming each other's servants thing tilde especially, President, you became Shirakami Kaide-kun's servant. She emphasized the word, servant, her tone dripping with teasing and an unspeakable interest. She stood up from her seat and walked toward Shirakami Kaide with elegant steps. Shirakami Kaide immediately felt a pleasant fragrance waft over him, and then his vision was mostly occupied by two towering peaks. Akino's height was comparable to Rias's, but her bosom seemed even grander. Leaning over to look at him from such close range, the pressure was practically suffocating. To make our Princess Grimori condescend to become a servant. Akino tilted her head slightly, her smile becoming sweeter yet more dangerous. Shirakami Kaide-kun, what exactly did you do to our president? Did you use some special method to persuade her? Akino-senpai. Shirakami Kaide's face turned red instantly, and he repeatedly stepped back while waving his hands. No. Absolutely not. I don't know what happened either. Akino. Rias's face also flushed slightly as she glared at her in annoyance. Now is not the time for jokes. Yes. Akino raised her hands in surrender, but the playfulness in her eyes did not diminish at all. She retreated to her seat but continued to look at Rias with a smile. I'm just curious, President. What does it feel like to become someone else's servant, especially that kind of servant? Do you get strange impulses? Or have to follow orders? Rias massaged her throbbing temples, deciding to ignore her harassment for the time being. She looked at Yuto and Kaneko. What are your thoughts? Yuto mused, President, if Shirakami Kaide-kun truly has a sacred gear inside him, then his value is unquestionable. Even if his identity is doubtful, keeping him on our side is the best choice. As for the mutual contract, it's unheard of. The contract of devil peace is one way and clearly hierarchical. For this to happen, it's either interference from some unknown higher-ranking contract, or... He looked at Shirakami Kaide. Shirakami Kaide-kun's own bloodline or power characteristics might be beyond our knowledge. Kaneko was concise, a pain. But if it's the president's decision, I have no objection. Just don't cause trouble. She looked at Shirakami Kaide again. He looks pretty weak, doesn't seem like the type to cause big trouble. Shirakami Kaide. Thanks, I feel hurt. Rias nodded, not surprised by her members' reactions. Because the situation is special and involves my abnormal state, I've decided to take Shirakami Kaide back to the main house in the underworld. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three became serious. Returning to the underworld. Akino set aside some of her playfulness. Yes. Rias's tone was firm. The family's ancient books and the knowledge of my elders might clarify whether he's truly related to succubi, and if there's a way to break the contract on me. While I'm away, Akino will temporarily handle club affairs. I understand, please leave it to me, President. Akino nodded slightly. Rias looked at Shirakami Kaide. Get ready, we're leaving immediately. Shirakami Kaide was actually a bit nervous. Going to the Grimoire base. Meeting the family of the Devil King's sister. Is this script moving a bit too fast and getting too exciting? But on the system panel, the words, Succubus System Master Servant Contract, highest priority, in Rias's name in the servant column gave him some confidence. At least this contract seems reliable. It shouldn't let him get crushed on a whim, right? A cooperative yet slightly apprehensive expression appeared on his face. Yes, President. I will fully cooperate with the investigation. A moment later, under the varying gazes of Akino, Yuto, and Kaneko, Rias drew a teleportation magic circle on the floor. Crimson light flared, enveloping her and Shirakami Kaide. The next moment, their figures vanished from the activity room. The dizziness often associated with teleportation didn't occur. When his vision returned, Shirakami Kaide found himself standing on a, rather steampunk-style platform. Beneath his feet was smooth black stone flooring, and above was an arched ceiling embedded with glowing magic stones. In front of the platform, a classically ornate train, dark red and emblazoned with the golden Grimoire family crest, sat quietly. The train had no tracks, instead, it floated in the air, its body engraved with complex magic runes, emitting steady waves of magical power. This is a magic train that connects specific strongholds in the human world with the territories of major families in the underworld. Rias explained from the side. She had regained her composure, but her gaze toward the train held a bit more complexity than usual. Let's board. The journey will take some time. The interior of the train was even more luxurious than its exterior. Soft, wide velvet seats, carved wooden interiors, and magical lamps emitting a faint fragrance. There were also devil maids in black and white maid uniforms, expressionless but meticulous in their movements, standing quietly to the side. The entire carriage seemed to have only the two of them as passengers. The train started silently, so smooth that the movement was almost imperceptible. Through the window, one could see the bizarre sights of the underworld flashing by. A dark purple sky, strange-looking glowing plants, occasionally visible floating islands, and towering black mountain ranges in the distance. President, Shirakami Kaide tried to break the silence, are we going to your family castle? Yes. Rias leaned back in her seat, looking out the window. Her profile appeared exceptionally delicate under the magic light, carrying a hint of imperceptible fatigue. I have already sent a message home informing them of the basic situation. My father, mother, and elder brother should all be waiting. Elder brother. Shirakami Kaide's mouth twitched. You mean, Lord Lucifer? Yes. Rias turned her head to look at him, her purple eyes filled with scrutiny. Are you afraid? It would be a lie to say I'm not a little bit scared. Shirakami Kaide scratched his head and gave a bitter smile. A small fry like me suddenly having to meet the Demon King and the head of the Grimoire family. I feel like I'm being sent to the witness stand. He paused and muttered to himself as if for self-amusement, and this setup, somehow feels a bit like meeting the parents. Rias obviously heard him, and two patches of crimson instantly bloomed on her fair cheeks. She glared at Shirakami Kaide, but there wasn't much sternness in her eyes, instead, they held a sense of embarrassed annoyance. What nonsense are you talking about? She chided him lowly, then looked away again, her tone softening slightly. Don't worry. Since you are now my servant, the Grimoire family will not harm you without cause. The primary purpose of this trip is to investigate the truth of the contract and resolve the abnormality. As long as you don't hide anything or do anything to harm the Grimoire family, you will be fine. Though her comfort carried an aristocratic reserve, she was indeed trying to soothe Shirakami Kaide's emotions. Thank you, President. Shirakami Kaide thanked her sincerely. Regardless, up until now, the responsibility Rias had shown and the way she handled him, the source of trouble, could be considered fair, or even protective. The journey continued in a slightly dull but occasionally subtly awkward atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, the train began to slow down, and the scenery outside gradually became normal. Neatly planned towns and fields appeared, and on the distant horizon, the silhouette of a towering and magnificent giant castle became clearer and clearer. The castle was built entirely of some dark stone, its soaring spires piercing the dark purple sky unique to the underworld. The walls were thick, flags fluttered, and even from a distance, one could feel its solemn and ancient aura, as well as the heart-palpitatingly powerful magical pressure it invisibly radiated. The main castle of the Grimoire family had arrived. The train finally stopped at a dedicated platform on the outskirts of the castle. The doors slid open silently. Rias stepped off first, followed closely by Shirakami Kaide. As his feet touched the polished black stone slabs, before Shirakami Kaide could even take a good look at his surroundings, a group of figures appeared neatly before them. All wore identical black and white maid uniforms, their movements uniform and their posture respectful without being subservient. They were all beautiful, from various races, but well trained and looking straight ahead. And standing at the very front of the maid lineup was a single woman. She had waist-length, smooth silver hair styled meticulously. Her features were exquisite and perfect like a doll's, and her azure eyes were like the calmest lake surface, without a single ripple. She also wore a maid uniform, but it was more elegantly tailored, accentuating her tall and well-proportioned figure. Most striking was her aura, calm, rigorous, and efficient, as if everything would automatically become orderly before her. At the same time, she contained an unfathomable majesty that made one afraid to look directly at her. Graphia Lucifuge, chief maid of the Grimoire family, the queen of Demon King Lucifer, the silver-haired Annihilation Queen. Welcome back, young Mistress Rias. Graphia bowed slightly, her voice cool and pleasant, like a frozen spring striking jade. Then, her azure eyes turned toward Shirakami Kaide, her gaze calmly sweeping over him from head to toe. It was only for an instant, but it made Shirakami Kaide feel as if he had been completely seen through, a slight chill running down his back. This must be Mr. Bai Shufeng. I have come to receive you by order of the family head and Lord Lucifer. Please follow me. Thank you for your trouble, Graphia. Rias also maintained respect for this powerful head maid. Under Graphia's lead, Shirakami Kaide and Rias crossed the wide courtyard and entered the massive main gate of the castle. The interior of the castle looked even more grand than the exterior. Soaring domes, magnificent murals and reliefs, and huge magic crystal lamps everywhere showcased the heritage and strength of an ancient high-class devil family. The servants they met along the way all bowed respectfully, showing even more reverence toward Graphia. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they came to a pair of heavy double doors. On either side of the doors stood devil guards in armor, their auras powerful. Graphia stepped forward and gently pushed open the doors. Behind the doors was a spacious, bright, and luxuriously decorated yet majestic hall. Light shone in from the high stained glass windows, casting colorful shadows on the carpet. At the deepest part of the hall was a slightly raised platform with 3 luxurious chairs placed upon it. In the middle sat a middle-aged male devil. He had crimson hair similar to Rias's, combed back neatly. His face was majestic, his gaze sharp, and he wore elegant classical noble attire, exuding authority without even trying. Rias's father, the current head of the Grimoire family. To the right was a beautiful female devil with gentle eyes, who looked 70 to 80% like Rias. At this moment, she was looking over with a gaze of concern and a bit of curiosity. Rias's mother. And to the left, was a handsome and gentle young man, also with red hair. He wore a relatively simple but well-made suit, with a smile that made one feel as if they were in a spring breeze, appearing to have no airs at all. But Shirakami Kaide only took one look and felt as if his heart had been squeezed by an invisible hand. It was a sense of absolute suppression on the level of existence, even though the other party had suppressed his aura to the extreme. Sazek's Grimoire, one of the four great demon kings of the underworld, Lucifer. Oh boy, a family meeting. The highest spec kind. Shirakami Kaide felt his stomach begin to ache slightly again. Seemingly sensing his momentary stiffness and tension, Rias, who was walking half a step ahead of him, slightly turned her head and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Remember what I said. Just answer truthfully. Her voice was very soft, but it felt like a sedative, not very potent, but better than nothing. Shirakami Kaide took a deep breath and followed Rias, led by Graphia, toward those three pairs of eyes that seemed capable of seeing through everything. The expected oppressive interrogation did not occur. When Shirakami Kaide braced himself and followed Rias to the center of the hall to stand still, preparing to face a storm of questioning, the red-haired youth sitting on the left, Demon King Lucifer Sirzek's Grimoire, was the first to break the silence. With a gentle, even friendly smile on his face, his gaze first fell upon Rias, looking her over carefully before turning toward Shirakami Kaide. It's been a long journey, Rias. And this is Shirakami-kun, right? Sirzek's voice was peaceful, carrying a strange, soothing power that instantly dissipated much of the invisible pressure within the hall. Relax, this isn't some courtroom. We are simply curious and concerned about the special circumstances occurring between Rias and yourself. Sirzek is right. The majestic red-haired head of the house in the middle, Duke Grimoire, also spoke. His voice was deep, and while it still carried the aura of a superior, there was indeed no obvious hostility in his eyes beyond a sense of scrutiny. The information Rias sent back was somewhat shocking. We need to confirm a few things in person. Child, there is no need to be too nervous. The beautiful lady on the right, Benelana Grimoire, gave Shirakami Kaide an even more direct, gentle smile. Welcome to Grimoire Castle, Shirakami-kun. Rias rarely brings classmates, well, servants back home. Was the journey alright? This isn't at all the vibe I expected from a Demon King's family, hey. Where's the torture and the joint trial? Why does it feel like a normal family welcoming their daughter's friend home for a visit? While Shirakami Kaide was secretly relieved, he was also complaining wildly in his mind, but he didn't dare show any disrespect on the surface. He performed a respectful salute according to the etiquette devils use for high-ranking nobles. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Lord Lucifer, Lord Duke, my lady. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lady Rias's servant, Pawn, Shirakami Kaide. Everything was fine on the way here. His standard etiquette and slightly stiff but decent response seemed to make the three figures at the head nod slightly. Rias also took a step forward and bowed slightly. Father, mother, brother. I'm back. Regarding the matter of the contract. We have already heard a brief report from Graphia regarding the contents of your letter. Sirzek lightly raised his hand, gesturing for Rias not to rush her explanation, as his gaze focused once more on Shirakami Kaide. Those seemingly gentle eyes felt as if they could see right through to his soul. Shirakawa Kaide-kun, could you please describe in detail all the abnormalities you perceived when the contract was established last night? Do not omit even the slightest sensation. Here it comes, the main topic. Shirakami Kaide steadied himself and began his retelling, a filtered and modified version, of course. He described the infusion of power and the soul link he felt when accepting the 8 pawn pieces, and then mentioned that at the moment the link was completed, a strange power seemed to surge uncontrollably from his body, creating a reverse connection to Rias. Then came the abnormal magic circle and light on Rias's side. By the time I came to my senses, I felt that besides the servant connection with the president, there seemed to be another more obscure but definitely existing link connecting from the president to me. Shirakami Kaide concluded, his face showing a timely expression of confusion and unease. I really don't know what it was, and I don't understand the changes in the president at all. Just as he finished speaking, Sears X's gentle voice rang out again. Rias, let us see the contract mark. Rias's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, and a blush once again crept onto her fair cheeks. She bit her lower lip, seemingly having an internal struggle. A moment later, she took a deep breath and reached out to lift the hem of her shirt, revealing her flat, smooth abdomen. There, the pinkish-purple succubus crest stood out clearly and alluringly against her fair skin. The pattern, an intertwining of hearts, wings, and chains, emitted faint, mysterious fluctuations. Even for the well-traveled Searsex and Duke Grimoire, their gazes suddenly became sharp the moment they saw this crest. Lady Venelana even let out a soft gasp, covering her mouth. Graphia's azure eyes narrowed slightly. She stepped forward a few paces to observe the crest closely, extending a white-gloved finger to hover above it, sensing it for a moment. Confirmed. This crest has a 99% similarity to the high-level succubus master-servant contract crest, recorded in ancient texts. The energy nature leans toward lust and soul binding. The contract level is preliminarily judged to be higher than a conventional devil peace contract. Graphia's voice remained as steady and emotionless as ever, but the content of her words made the atmosphere in the hall turn subtle once again. Higher than a conventional devil peace contract. A master-servant contract. Searsex stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze toward Shirakami Kaide gaining even more depth. A succubus master-servant contract that ranks higher than the peace contract. Shirakawa Kaide-kun, do you really have no clue about any succubus bloodline you might possess, or any special abilities related to succubi? Absolutely, none. Shirakami Kaide shook his head. This time he was truly a bit bewildered. The system only called itself Theosuccubus system, it never said he was a succubus himself. In my memory, I'm just an ordinary lower-class devil. Then, another key point. Duke Grimoire spoke in a deep voice, his eyes like burning torches. The aura of the boosted gear that Rias sensed. Shirakami Kaide, can you sense it, or call forth that sacred gear? The question had finally been asked. Shirakami Kaide's heart skipped a beat. He had kept the boosted gear in the system space and hadn't dared to take it out easily before. But now, in this situation, there didn't seem to be a better choice. He concentrated his mind, immersing his consciousness into the system space to lock onto that crimson gauntlet emitting a scorching draconic aura. "I'll give it a try," he whispered, while extending his left hand. As he guided it with his will, a fierce and overbearing power instantly surged from the void. A crimson light glowed on the back of his left hand and wrist, rapidly condensing and taking shape. In just a single breath, a ferocious-looking crimson metal gauntlet that covered his left forearm and the back of his hand suddenly appeared. The surface of the gauntlet had dragon scale patterns, with a green glowing gem embedded in the center, emitting a heart-pounding draconic pressure and surging sacred gear energy. The boosted gear. Rias, who was closest, subconsciously took half a step back. She had only sensed the aura before, but seeing the physical form of this legendary sacred gear with her own eyes and feeling the overbearing draconic pressure rushing at her, the shock in her heart was even greater. The three figures at the head, along with Graphia, all instantly focused their gazes on this crimson gauntlet. A flash of wonder appeared in Searsex's eyes, Duke Grimoire's expression was solemn, and Lady Venelana could not hide her curiosity. It really is the boosted gear. Searsex sighed softly. I didn't expect it to reappear in the world in this manner, and the host is. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. The host was a lower-class devil whose identity was a mystery and who might be involved in a high-level succubus contract. Boost. A deep and majestic voice suddenly rang out from the gem of the gauntlet. Shirakami Kaide was startled, but he quickly realized this was the voice of the soul of the Red Dragon Emperor residing within the gauntlet, Ddrag. At the same time, he felt a powerful energy instantly fill his left arm, even spreading throughout his entire body. His aura suddenly surged significantly at that moment. Boosted gear activated. Sacred gear energy infusion detected. Host's temporary stats slightly increased. Note: sacred gear consumption is related to the host's own magic power. The system's notifications appeared simultaneously. Oh. Have you already managed to trigger the doubling ability for the first time? Sears X looked with interest at the gauntlet on Shirakami Kaide's left arm, which was flowing with light. Although it's still unrefined, this is indeed the power of a sacred gear. Shirakawa Kaide-kun, can you feel the consciousness inside? Shirakami Kaide nodded and tried to communicate with that consciousness in his mind. Are you Didrag? It is indeed I. The light of the jewel on the gauntlet flickered slightly, and Didrag's voice rang out directly in his mind. A new host. Your soul's aura is a bit strange. This contract connection. Didrag seemed to sense the unusual two-way link between Shirakami Kaide and Rias, especially that succubus contract, and let out an ambiguous low grunt. It seems you are indeed full of mysteries. Sears X watched Shirakami Kaide, communicating with the gauntlet and concluded with a smile. A host of a sacred gear, the suspected initiator of a high-level succubus contract. Shirakawa Kaide-kun, your identity as an ordinary lower-class devil will probably be hard to maintain. Shirakami Kaide could only manage a bitter smile. With a thought, the boosted gear dissipated into red specks of light and was retracted back into the system space. The burning sensation and the overflowing power in his left arm also faded away. Father, brother, the current situation is this, Rias said seriously, straightening her clothes and suppressing the blush on her face. Shirakami Kaide is my devil peace servant, that is an established fact. But at the same time, for unknown reasons, this succubus contract was placed upon me. I hope to investigate the source and nature of the contract, and whether there is a safe way to break it. Break it. Lady Venelana frowned slightly, looking at her daughter with some concern. A contract of this level, trying to break it by force would likely cause unspeakable damage to the souls of both parties. Mother is right. Sears X nodded and looked at Shirakami Kaide. Furthermore, Shirakawa Kaide-kun is now the host of the boosted gear, his potential value and danger cannot be ignored. Keeping him by Rias's side to observe and guide him within a controllable range might be the most appropriate choice at this stage. Duke Grimori pondered for a moment and looked at Rias. Rias, what is your opinion? As the party directly involved. Rias glanced at the somewhat apprehensive Shirakami Kaide beside her, fell silent for a few seconds, and then nodded firmly. I agree with my brother's view. Shirakami Kaide is already my servant, and I have the responsibility to supervise and guide him. At the same time, the contract on me also needs continuous observation and research. Rather than letting him wander outside or be targeted by other forces, it's better to keep him in the occult research club. Very well. A look of satisfaction appeared on Duke Grimori's face. His daughter's behavior was very responsible. Then, regarding the investigation of the succubus contract, the family will initiate a search of ancient texts and necessary information gathering. Rias, you must also pay close attention to any changes in yourself. As for Shirakami Kaide, his gaze fell on Shirakami Kaide once more. Since Rias has chosen to trust and accept you, and you indeed possess a sacred gear, I hope you do not betray this trust. Strive to improve yourself, familiarize yourself with your power, obey the rules of the devils, and be loyal to your king. The last sentence carried a faint hint of a warning. Yes, I will definitely work hard. Shirakami Kaide quickly replied, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. It seems like this hurdle has been cleared for now. The Grimori family didn't seem to have any intention of looking too deeply into his unknown origins, but rather leaned toward a pragmatic, make the best of it approach. Well then, that's all for the official business for now. Sears X's smile became gentle again. He stood up, walked over to Rias, and ruffled his sister's hair. Since it's rare for you to be back, stay for a night. Shirakawa Kaide-kun should join too. Graphia, please arrange a guest room. By your command, Lord Lucifer. Graphia bowed and accepted the order. Wonderful. Lady Venelana also walked over happily and took Rias's hand. I'll have the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes. Shirakawa Kaide-kun, do you have any dietary restrictions? The change in atmosphere was so fast that Shirakami Kaide couldn't quite keep up. Ah. And no, I eat anything. Hee, that's good. Lady Venelana looked at him with a smile, the curiosity in her eyes growing even stronger. Little Bai Shufeng, don't be formal, just treat this place as your own home. Little Bai Shufeng. His own home. Shirakami Kaide looked at the gentle and beautiful devil noblewoman before him, then at the smiling demon king next to her, then at the duke who, though dignified, seemed to have given his tacit approval, and finally at Rias, whose face was slightly red and whose eyes were full of complex emotions. He suddenly felt that his start seemed to have veered in a strange yet unexpectedly good direction. When Shirakami Kaide, under Graphia's arrangement, moved into a guest room that was luxurious, spacious, and incredibly comfortable. Meanwhile, in another private study deep within the castle, the lighting was soft, but the atmosphere was far more serious than in the hall earlier. Sirzex, Duke Grimori, and Lady Venelana sat together. Steaming black tea was placed before them, but no one touched it. You felt it too, didn't you? Sirzex spoke first, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. The gentle smile on his face faded, replaced by the depth and solemnity belonging to a demon king. Inside that child, there is a wisp of an aura that is almost incredibly ancient and pure. Duke Grimori nodded heavily, his brow showing a rare confusion mixed with a hint of excitement. There's no mistake. Though it's thin and masked by the dragon's pressure from the sacred gear and the messy magic power of an ordinary lower-class devil, that charm and life-linked characteristic originating from the essence of the soul, it's definitely a succubus. And it's from the oldest and purest bloodline that vanished long ago in the river of history, by no means comparable to today's secondary succubi who rely on imitation and magical operation. Lady Venelana clasped her hands, her eyes filled with worry and disbelief. But, how is that possible? According to family records, true pure-blooded high-level succubi were completely wiped out as early as the Great War of Three Factions or even earlier conflicts. Their power cores and methods of reproduction were too unique, attracting too much greed, and eventually, how could it appear in a boy claiming to be an ordinary lower-class devil? And he just happens to be the host of the boosted gear. That is precisely where the mystery lies. Sirzex frowned slightly. His origins are a complete blur, as if he appeared out of thin air. But bloodlines cannot be fooled, and the recognition of a sacred gear cannot be fooled either. Perhaps some ancient remnant or reincarnation mechanism we don't understand is at work. He paused, a sharp light flashing in his azure eyes. But regardless, there is one point we must face. Shirakami Kaide's value may far exceed our imagination, perhaps, even more important than the boosted gear itself. The study fell into a brief silence. Duke Grimori slowly let out a breath and finished his unspoken thought. Is it because of reproduction? Yes. Sirzex's voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. We have all personally experienced, or deeply felt through records, the tragic consequences of the Great War of the Three Factions. Pure-blooded devils have withered away, not even 1/10 of high-tier combat power remains, and the birth rate of newborns is desperately low. Even though we rely on the devil peace system to reincarnate other races to supplement the population, that is ultimately just conversion. The bloodline is diluted, the potential ceiling is mostly locked, and very few can truly grow into high-tier combat power. The foundation of the devil race, the pure-blooded and powerful new generation, remains far from optimistic. He looked at his father and mother. But a succubus is different, especially this ancient, pure blood within him. According to fragments of forbidden texts, high-level pure-blooded succubi possess incredible life affinity and soul-harmonizing abilities. The offspring born from their union with powerful devils not only have extremely high blood purity, but the probability of inheriting the exceptional talents of both parents far exceeds that of ordinary devil unions. It's even possible for super geniuses who surpass their parents' generation to be born. In this era where the devil population structure is fragile and high-end bloodlines are nearly severed, what this means is self-evident. Lady Venelana covered her mouth. She finally understood the key to the problem. A living pure-blooded succubus with an ancient bloodline, even if the bloodline is thin, as long as it exists, it represents a possibility for ancient and powerful bloodlines to continue, or even optimize and burst forth. Once this news leaks out, the entire underworld, no, all factions aware of the current state of devils, will go crazy for it. Duke Grimoire spoke in a deep voice, his expression grave. The Phoenix family, the Seedy family, the Astaroth family, even those hidden remnants of the old devil faction will want to get him at all costs. Marriage alliances, forced seizure, research, by then, the Grimoire family will never have peace, and that child himself will only become a breeding tool or an experimental subject. Therefore, secrecy is the top priority. Searzex said decisively. Besides the three of us and the absolutely trustworthy Graphia, we must not let a fifth person know the truth of his succubus bloodline. To the outside world, he is just a stray lower-class devil servant with a sacred gear discovered by Rias by chance, nothing more. But, Lady Venelana looked at Searzex, then at her husband, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. Rias and him, they now have that strange two-way contract. Especially that succubus master-servant contract. Although the principle is unclear, it's obviously related to his bloodline. This means the connection between them is even closer and more special than we initially imagined. Searzex and Duke Grimoire exchanged a glance, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. This might not be a bad thing, Searzex said slowly, his fingers stopping their tapping. It might even be an opportunity. You mean? Duke Grimoire's eyes flickered slightly. Rias has reached marriageable age, and the family has already set an engagement for her. Searzex's tone was calm, but his gaze was deep. The engagement with Riser Phoenix of the Phoenix family. This marriage was originally intended to consolidate family alliances and stabilize the situation in the underworld. But now it seems. He didn't continue, but the meaning was already obvious. A potential treasure with ancient succubus bloodline and a sacred gear, versus a son of the Phoenix family who, while having a prominent background, has relatively fixed potential. When faced with family interests and his sister's possible future, the scales had already begun to tilt. Furthermore, an inexplicable, high-level two-way contract existed between the two. This kind of close connection at the soul level is sometimes more meaningful than a marriage contract in devil culture. But unilaterally tearing up the marriage contract would damage the reputation of the Lucifer and the Grimoire family. Duke Grimoire frowned. The Phoenix family is also an ancient and prestigious house, with intricate relationships with various families. We need a sufficiently persuasive way that can minimize negative impact as much as possible. Searzex nodded slightly, having clearly considered this issue already. There are only two methods. First, let Rias and Shirakami Kaide establish a more substantial and undeniable connection before the marriage contract is officially fulfilled. For example, by having a relationship, or even, conceiving a child. Lady Venelana took a soft breath but did not speak out in opposition. In the world of devil nobility, especially when major interests and bloodline inheritance are involved, such things are not unimaginable. Once the deed is done, the Grimoire family could propose a negotiated cancellation of the engagement to the Phoenix family on the grounds of respecting the daughter's wishes and being in love with substantial progress already made. By then, giving the other party enough compensation, it's believed that they wouldn't be too persistent after weighing the pros and cons and facing the pressure of the Lucifer. After all, it's not wise to completely offend the current Lucifer for the sake of a fiancé. Second, Sears X continued, is the rating game. If Shirakami Kaide can grow rapidly, as Rias's servant, and defeat Riser Finex and his servants head-on in an official rating game, then according to tradition, the winner has the right to make a reasonable request. At that time, Rias can propose to dissolve the marriage contract. This is the most upright and irreproachable way. Duke Grimoire pondered. The first method is faster and more direct, but the risk lies in potentially intensifying conflicts, and it's a huge test and push for the relationship between Rias and Shirakami Kaide, which may not be what they want right now. The second method is more in line with the rules, but it places extremely high requirements on Shirakami Kaide's growth speed and strength. Riser is not weak, especially with the phoenix fire that symbolizes immortality, and his servant team has been operating for many years. Therefore, we need to find out Shirakami Kaide's own attitude. Sears X stood up, his gaze looking through the study window toward the area where the guest rooms were located. How does he truly view Rias? This determines the focus of our subsequent strategy, and Rias's possible happiness. Lady Venelana also stood up, her eyes showing a mother's concern. In any case, I hope Rias's choice can be respected. That child, Shirakami Kaide, doesn't seem like an evil person. That's exactly why we need to find out for sure. Sears X turned and nodded slightly to Graphia, who was standing in the shadows. Go and invite Shirakawa Kaide-kun to come once more. There are some things I need to talk to him about privately. When Shirakami Kaide was brought to a more private small reception room again and faced only Sears X and Duke Grimoire, the stone he had just put down in his heart was lifted again. This setup doesn't look like they're going to continue discussing contracts or sacred gears. Please sit, Shirakami-kun. Relax, it's just a private conversation. Sears X still wore that smile that was as pleasant as a spring breeze, gesturing for him to sit. Shirakami Kaide sat down as told, his back straight, his mind frantically guessing all sorts of possibilities. Duke Grimoire took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. Shirakami Kaide, no need to be nervous. We called you here because we want to set aside those complex contracts and artifacts and ask you in a simpler capacity, as Rias's father and brother. He put down his teacup, his gaze calm yet extremely piercing. What kind of girl do you think our Rias is? Here it comes. The classic question. Having watched countless anime, Shirakami Kaide almost instantly smelled a familiar, trope, vibe. Combined with the strange, meeting the parents, atmosphere in the hall earlier and the act of being summoned privately by these two big shots, a bold guess emerged in his mind. He suppressed the waves in his heart, thought seriously for a moment, then looked up and answered with a sincere gaze. President Rias, she is a very outstanding and respectable woman. He chose his words carefully. She is powerful but not arrogant. She holds a high status yet is willing to accept a servant like me, with an unknown origin and full of trouble, and provides protection and guidance. She encountered an incomprehensible change, the succubus contract, and although she was ashamed and annoyed, her first thought was to find the truth rather than vent her anger. She has her own pride and sense of responsibility. On the train back, she even comforted me and told me not to be afraid. To be honest, as a king, she might be strict, but she is absolutely reliable. As a girl, she is beautiful, strong, and occasionally shows the true emotions belonging to her age. Shirakami Kaide's evaluation was not overly flattering, nor was it intentionally sentimental. He simply stated his observations and feelings plainly, which instead made them seem exceptionally credible. Sears X and Duke Grimoire listened. Their facial expressions didn't change, but a hint of satisfaction seemed to flicker deep in their eyes. It seems you have a quite good impression of Rias. Sears X smiled. Then, if the family intends for the relationship between you two to go a step further, not just as master and servant, what would you think? Despite his suspicions, Hearing the Demon King himself say something that sounded almost like matchmaking, Shirakami Kaide couldn't help but widen his eyes, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Rias Grimoire. The original heroine. The dream girl of countless otakus. Now her family was asking him if he would consider taking it a step further. What kind of divine development is this? A complex expression of surprise, bewilderment, and a hint of being flattered quickly spread across his face as he hurriedly waved his hands. Lord Lucifer, Duke, this is too sudden. President Rias is so noble, while I am just a potential talent who possesses a sacred gear and possibly carries a special bloodline. Sears X gently interrupted his self-deprecation. Whether you are worthy is a matter of future strength and achievements. What we are asking now is your current attitude and willingness. Do you have feelings for Rias that go beyond those for a normal servant? Are you willing, one day in the future, to try and establish a deeper bond with her? Shirakami Kaide fell silent. Bullshit. Of course I'm willing. But he couldn't express it so bluntly. The image of Rias with her red hair fluttering flashed through his mind. He remembered the flush on her cheeks when she was ashamed, the awkward but genuine kindness when she comforted him, and the succubus crest on her lower abdomen that was closely related to him. Setting aside the original work's filter and pure physical attraction, Rias herself was indeed an extremely charming woman. And now, an opportunity to possibly go a step further with her was right in front of him, proposed by her closest relatives. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. But, so fast, so direct. He took a deep breath, looked up, and his gaze became serious. I do indeed have a high level of affection for the president, one might even say admiration. She was the first person to give me protection and direction after I came to this world. If there is a possibility in the future, I am naturally willing to work hard to earn the qualification to stand by her side. However, the prerequisite for all of this should be the president's own will. I cannot, and will not, force or use any situation to influence her choice. This answer expressed his own feelings and willingness while also emphasizing respect for Rias's own choice. It was practically flawless. Sears X and Duke Grimoire finally showed clear smiles, the kind of smiles that came from letting go of a concern and reaching a consensus. Very good. Duke Grimoire smiled rarely and even reached out to pat Shirakami Kaide's shoulder. Those words are enough. Rias is a child who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. If she is unwilling, no one can force her. But we can see that she is not entirely without feelings for you. At least, that sense of responsibility and curiosity about a special existence, are real. Sears X took over the conversation, his tone becoming slightly more serious. However, Shirakami-kun, on the path to this possibility, there is now a realistic obstacle. Rias has an engagement arranged by the family years ago. The other party is the third son of the Phoenix family, Riser Phoenix. Shirakami Kaide's heart tightened, one of the key conflict points of the original plot. This engagement concerns the family's honor and some old agreements, it cannot be easily discarded. Sears X looked into Shirakami Kaide's eyes. There are now two paths before you and Rias. First, before the engagement is officially fulfilled, your relationship makes decisive progress. At that time, the family can use the reason of respecting Rias's personal choice to negotiate a settlement with the Phoenix family, naturally providing them with sufficient compensation. Shirakami Kaide understood the subtext of decisive progress, and his face flushed. Second, Sears X continued, is to rely on strength and, in the rating game, recognized among the devil nobility, defeat Riser Phoenix and his team of servants head on as Rias's servant. The winner has the right to make reasonable demands, and at that time, you can request to dissolve the engagement. This is the most honorable way, but also the one that most tests your growth speed and strength. One path emphasizes momentum and emotion, being more direct but potentially accompanied by criticism. The other emphasizes power and reason, being more difficult but upright. Shirakami Kaide hardly hesitated. He stood up and gave a solemn bow to Searsex and Duke Grimoire. I understand. Thank you both for your trust and for informing me. No matter which path, as long as there is a sliver of possibility, I will give it my all. For the President, and for the possibilities of my own future. His eyes were bright and firm, burning with fighting spirit. Searsex and his father exchanged a look, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Well then, I look forward to your performance, Shirakami-kun. Searsex smiled and gave his final piece of advice. Remember, the uniqueness of your bloodline must be kept strictly confidential. Before you have enough ability to protect yourself, it is both a treasure and a source of disaster. Yes, I will keep it in mind. Walking out of the small drawing room, Shirakami Kaide felt like his steps were a bit light. But he didn't get carried away. He was still a weakling, and the top priority was to improve his strength. The process of returning from the underworld to the human world was much more mundane than Shirakami Kaide had imagined. There was no grand farewell ceremony. After staying one night at Grimoire Castle, early the next morning, Rias took him aboard that floating magic train once again. Only this time, among the people seeing them off were the meaningful gazes of Searsex and Duke Grimoire, along with Lady Venelana's warm parting words, "Come visit often when you're free, little Bai Shufeng." There were still only the two of them in the carriage. Rias seemed to still be processing the inexplicable and irremovable contract on her body. She spent the journey looking out the window at the desolate and strange sights of the underworld, speaking very little. Shirakami Kaide was happy for the peace and quiet, reviewing the information-heavy conversation with the Demon King and the Duke while feeling the slow but steady growth of magic power brought by the 8 pawn pieces inside his body. The atmosphere was a bit subtle when they returned to the Kuo Academy Occult Research Club. Senior Akino still wore that gentle yet playful smile. However, after seeing Rias return looking as composed as usual, a hint of relief seemed to flash deep in her eyes. Kaneko was the same as ever. She glanced at Shirakami Kaide, muttered, "Not eaten yet, acceptable," and went back to playing her game with her head down. Yuto gave a friendly nod and handed him a set of organized notes regarding the basic use of demonic abilities and things to watch out for at Kuo Academy. Your living arrangements have been settled. Rias sat in the president's seat, having regained her usual efficiency. Considering your special circumstances and the need to adapt to the environment, you haven't been assigned to the old dormitory on campus. There's an apartment near the school that belongs to the Grimoire family with a vacant unit. You'll stay there for the time being. It's a 10-minute walk from the school, making it easy to look after you. A private apartment. Shirakami Kaide was somewhat surprised. This treatment was much better than expected. After all, you are nominally my servant now, and a subject of special concern. Rias gave him a meaningful look. I can't exactly have you squeezing in with the ordinary students. Akino will give you the address and the key. Additionally, your enrollment procedures are complete. Starting tomorrow, you will be a second-year student at Kuo Academy's high school division, in the same class as Yuto. Shirakami Kaide took the key and a note with the address from Akino, along with a brand new Kuo Academy male uniform. When Akino handed him the items, her fingers seemed to brush lightly against the back of his hand as if by accident, bringing a subtle sensation and fragrance. The smile on her face deepened slightly. Do your best, Shirakami Kaide-kun. If you get lonely living alone at night or run into any trouble, you can call me, your senior, anytime. Akino. There was a hint of warning in Rias's voice. I'm just showing concern for my junior. Akino giggled, covering her mouth as she stepped back. Shirakami Kaide gave a dry laugh, but in his heart, he was thinking, please, give me more of this kind of concern. The enrollment process went smoothly without any incidents. Kuo Academy was originally a girls' school and had only started admitting boys in recent years, so their numbers were sparse. As a new transfer student, Shirakami Kaide did attract some attention due to his clean-cut appearance and the label of being personally looked after by President Rias. But overall, it didn't cause too much of a stir. He also didn't see that ordinary, lecherous boy named Issei Hyodo, who should have existed in the school. It seemed this world line had shifted somewhat because of his arrival. This discovery left Shirakami Kaide with mixed feelings, but he soon felt at ease. Since he was here, this was his story. Having become a devil's servant, he naturally had to fulfill a devil's work. Under Rias's explanation, Shirakami Kaide understood the business model of modern devils. They accepted summons from humans via magic circle, flyers, scattered in specific areas, completing requests and receiving corresponding rewards. The job sounded very classical, but in reality, the requests were all sorts of strange. From helping find cats and tutoring homework to acting as a gaming partner, they had everything. This is your first request. A few days later in the evening, at the Occult Research Club, Rias handed a black card emitting faint magical fluctuations to Shirakami Kaide. The location is in town. The content isn't complicated, it's to help an elderly person living alone tune a newly bought complex radio and chat with him for a bit. The reward has already been negotiated. After completing the request, remember to use the method I taught you to collect the contract and receive the reward. This is a good opportunity for practice. Understood, President. Shirakami Kaide took the card, feeling a bit like he was taking on a delivery mission. Do you need me to accompany you? Newbie-kun tilde, Akino asked with a smile. No need, Senior Akino. I can handle a small thing like this. Shirakami Kaide quickly waved his hand. He didn't want his first mission to be watched the whole time. Following the address and guidance on the card, Shirakami Kaide quickly found the client's home in a quiet residential area on the edge of town. The request process was exceptionally smooth. The old man, who had poor hearing, just wanted someone to patiently listen to his stories of the past. Shirakami Kaide chatted with the elderly man for nearly an hour, tuned the radio, and while the man dozed off contentedly, he softly chanted the incantation as Rias had taught him to complete the contract. A wisp of almost invisible, gentle life essence drifted from the old man and merged into Shirakami Kaide's body. The feeling wasn't unpleasant. Instead, it was like drinking a glass of warm water, and his spirits lifted slightly. At the same time, he felt the peace belonging to Rias inside him heat up slightly, seemingly converting a portion of this gain and feeding it back to the king far away at the academy. First devil request completed. Obtained trace amount of life essence mana. Servant contract operating normally. Points +1. The system prompt sounded concisely. It seemed that completing actions recognized by the system could also earn points, though very few. By the time he left the old man's house, the sky had turned completely dark. Streetlights lit up along both sides of the road, and pedestrians were scarce. Shirakami Kaide stretched, feeling in a good mood. Completing a mission independently for the first time felt pretty good. He walked back the way he came, heading toward the apartment. To take a shortcut, he turned into a relatively secluded alley. The alley wasn't long, but the lighting was dim, with only the distant lights from the main road faintly filtering in. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine. It wasn't an ordinary cold, but an icy aura mixed with malice, contempt, and a certain temptation. Oh my! Walking alone in a place like this so late is very dangerous, little brother tilde. A charming female voice that could make one's bones go soft came from the shadows ahead. Shirakami Kaide stopped in his tracks, his muscles tensing instantly. He looked up. In the shadows of the alley ahead, a figure slowly stepped out. It was a tall and romantic woman. She wore an extremely revealing black leather outfit, with large patches of snowy white skin exposed, gleaming enticingly in the dim light. Her long hair was loose, her purple eyes flickered in the darkness like a predator's, and her lips curled into a smile full of malice and playfulness. Most strikingly, behind her back, a pair of pitch black, crow-feathered wings slowly unfurled. A fallen angel. Almost simultaneously, the system's prompt and appraisal information sounded in Shirakami Kaide's mind. Strong hostility detected. Target: Rainer. Race: Fallen Angel. Status: Hunting, sensed sacred gear aura, killing intent surging. Rainer. The fallen angel who killed Issei Hyodo in the original story. She really was attracted here by the aura of the sacred gear. Such a thick stench of a devil, and this intoxicating, hidden aura of a dragon. Rainer took a deep breath, a mesmerized and cruel expression appearing on her face. I didn't expect to encounter a little devil holding such an interesting toy in a place like this. Hand it over, and then obediently become one of my collection pieces, and I can let you die a bit more comfortably, okay? She stuck out her tongue and licked her bright lips, her gaze scanning over Shirakami Kaide like slimy tentacles. It lingered especially on his left arm and neck, her eyes seemingly evaluating where it would be most interesting to start cutting. Shirakami Kaide's heart pounded wildly. He forced a smile onto his face and spread his hands. This, unknown big sister, it's not very nice to come out and scare people wearing so little late at night, is it? And talking about killing as soon as you open your mouth, what a mood killer. I'm not interested in becoming part of your collection, so how about we just go our separate ways? Glib-tongued. The smile on Rainer's face vanished instantly, replaced by cold killing intent. It seems I need to teach you a lesson first before you understand how to be reverent. She didn't even move, merely giving the black wings on her back a gentle flap. In an instant, Shirakami Kaide felt a violent surge of magic power from above. He rolled desperately toward the rear side. Bang! A sharp spear condensed purely from light almost grazed his body, blasting a crater into the concrete ground where he had just been standing, sending stone fragments flying. Power of light. A power that was the natural enemy and pure poison to devils. Decent reactions, little mouse. Rainer laughed mockingly, and with a slight flick of her fingers, 3 more spears of light condensed around her, locking onto Shirakami Kaide. But how long can you keep dodging? Sweat beaded on Shirakami Kaide's forehead. The opponent was a middle-class fallen angel, her strength far exceeding his current level as a lower-class devil servant, and the power of light held a natural advantage over devils. Fighting her head-on was suicide. Static gaze. Without hesitation, he activated the skill on Rainer. With a single target, the consumption should be lower than area stasis. However, the space around Rainer only distorted slightly, her movements paused, and a flash of surprise crossed her face, but she returned to normal in less than 2 seconds. Oh. You have little tricks like this. Pity, your magic power is too weak. The spears of light shot forward once more. Even faster. He couldn't dodge. Shirakami Kaide's pupils contracted as he instinctively pushed his magic power, area stasis. With him at the center, everything within a 5-meter radius suddenly fell into a standstill. The flying light spears froze in midair, and the cruel smile on Rainer's face was also frozen in place. But Shirakami Kaide immediately felt a wave of intense weakness wash over him, his magic power was draining at high speed. The duration of this skill against a strong enemy was greatly reduced, and the magic consumption was massive. He didn't dare waste this hard-won time, which likely wouldn't even last 3 seconds, and immediately rushed toward the other end of the alley. At the same time, his mind raced. He couldn't win, he had to escape to a place with people or call Rias for help. Thinking of running. Rainer's voice, having just regained movement, carried a hint of annoyance. She hadn't expected this, little mouse, to be so slippery. With a flap of her black wings, she caught up with extreme speed, while a more solid light spear condensed in her hand. The game is over. Feeling the lethal threat closing in from behind, Shirakami Kaide knew he couldn't escape. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly turned around to face Rainer as she lunged through the air with the light spear, a flash of resolve crossing his eyes. Mirror reflection. At LV1, mirror reflection could only copy skills he had seen, and the effect and cost depended on his own magic power reserves. Shirakami Kaide copied the only long-range attack he had seen so far, the Spear of Light. In his open right palm, a highly unstable, distorted ball of light with distinct devilish shadow tones struggled to take shape before he thrust it toward Raynor. What? Raynor was truly shocked. A devil had actually used the power of light. This unexpected strike caused her offensive to stall, and she instinctively used the light spear in her hand to block. Boom! The two forces collided, resulting in a small-scale explosion and a chaotic flow of light. Shirakami Kaide was pushed back against the wall by the recoil, a sweet taste rising in his throat. While Raynor was only momentarily slowed and remained unharmed, the shock and anger on her face intensified. You, just what on earth are you? Shirakami Kaide panted heavily, feeling his magic power nearly bottomed out. Looking at Raynor as she approached again with boiling killing intent, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, without answering, let his consciousness sink into the system space, locking onto that crimson sacred gear. Boosted gear. Buzz. A hot, overbearing dragon pressure that seemed ready to incinerate everything erupted violently. Crimson light illuminated the dim alley, and a savage yet magnificent crimson metal gauntlet instantly covered Shirakami Kaide's entire left forearm and the back of his hand. The jewel in the center glowed with red light, like a dragon's eye opening wide. This is. Raynor's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Greed and ecstasy almost overflowed from her face, but they were immediately replaced by a deeper wariness. The boosted gear. It really is a sacred gear. To be in the hands of trash like you is a complete waste. Boost. Ddrake's low voice echoed from the gauntlet. Shirakami Kaide felt a surge of violent power pour into his left arm, instantly flowing through his entire body. His exhaustion was swept away, and his magic power seemed to be replenished and amplified. Though still insignificant compared to a true powerhouse, he felt more than twice as strong as before. Give the sacred gear, to me. Raynor shrieked, no longer holding back. She waved her hands, and dozens of spears of light poured down like a rainstorm. She wanted to blast this strange little devil and the sacred gear into dust. Shirakami Kaide's gaze sharpened, and the jewel on his left gauntlet flared with red light. He no longer dodged. Instead, he channeled the multiplied power into his body and met the rain of light spears, holding his left arm in front of him. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another, and dust filled the air. The alley walls were riddled with holes. When the dust cleared slightly, the cruel grin on Raynor's face froze. Shirakami Kaide was on one knee, his school uniform torn in several places, revealing skin scorched by the power of light. He looked somewhat battered. However, his left arm, the one covered by the boosted gear, was still raised high. The red light flowing over the gauntlet had actually blocked, deflected, and even absorbed some of the spears of light. How is it possible? A mere lower-class devil servant who just got a sacred gear, how could he use it to this extent? Raynor was in disbelief. Shirakami Kaide slowly stood up, the gauntlet on his left arm radiating a scorching heat. He wasn't actually doing well. Blocking those attacks had cost him dearly. His arm was numb, and Ddrake was warning him in his mind that his power was about to run out. But he couldn't show weakness. He looked up at the hesitant Raynor in the air and grinned, showing blood-stained teeth. Big sister, still want to fight. If we keep this up, the commotion might draw my president here. She doesn't have a very good temper. Raynor's expression flickered. She was indeed wary of Rias Grimori. And this kid was too strange. Clearly weak, yet he had odd methods and could even use a sacred gear to block her attacks. If she continued to linger and someone from the Grimori family showed up. HMPH. Consider yourself lucky this time. Raynor resentfully retracted her wings and landed on the ground, but the greed in her eyes hadn't diminished at all. I'll leave the sacred gear with you for now. We'll meet again, cute little devil brother. I hope you can still be this stubborn then. She blew a malicious kiss to Shirakami Kaide, and her body transformed into black feathers, dissipating into the air. Only after confirming that the cold fallen angel aura was completely gone did Shirakami Kaide suddenly relax. The boosted gear on his left arm immediately deactivated, turning into red light and returning to his body. He leaned against the damaged wall, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, his wounds stinging. That was too close. I almost got a GG at the start, he muttered with a bitter smile. But then, a flicker of fire ignited in his eyes. Real combat, even if it was just a desperate escape and defense, had given him a more direct understanding of his abilities and the sacred gear. Moreover, Rainer's appearance confirmed one thing: the news of him possessing a sacred gear had likely spread within a certain circle. Future troubles would only increase. He struggled to climb up, looking at the mess in the alley, and sighed. Now, he had to think of how to explain tonight's intense exercise to Rias. In the distance, from the direction of Kuo Academy, a powerful devil aura seemed to be rapidly approaching. Shirakami Kaide tidied his tattered school uniform, put on that somewhat cynical smile again, and limped toward the direction of the approaching aura. When that familiar, crimson fluctuation of demonic power, carrying an aura of scorching heat and destruction, descended from the sky, Shirakami Kaide's last tensed nerve finally relaxed. At the entrance of the alleyway, Rias's figure appeared amidst the smoke and dust that had yet to fully dissipate. Her long red hair was a bit messy, clearly showing she had rushed over at her top speed. Her purple eyes, usually calm and elegant, were now sharp as knives as they quickly scanned the messy battlefield. The shattered ground, the scorch marks from the power of light on the walls, and the lingering chaotic fluctuations of the collision between the fallen angel and the sacred gear in the air. Finally, her gaze landed on Shirakami Kaide, who was leaning against the wall, covered in wounds, his school uniform tattered and stained with blood. Her pupils constricted slightly. Shirakami Kaide. Rias rushed to him in a few steps, reaching out to support him, but paused when she saw the wounds eroded by the power of light, which glowed with an unnatural charred black color. A flicker of frustration and self-reproach flashed through her eyes. How are you? What happened? I just sensed violent fluctuations of conflict, and... Her gaze fell on Shirakami Kaide's limp left arm. Even though the gauntlet had been retracted, a trace of scorching dragon pressure seemed to remain there. It was a fallen angel. Shirakami Kaide forced a weak smile, trying to reassure her. A black-haired lady wearing very little. I think her name was Rainer. She's after my big treasure. Before he could finish, the backlash and exhaustion from forcibly activating mirror reflection of the power of light and overdrawing the boosted gear to defend against the attack surged over him like a tide. Rias's anxious face began to blur and spin. Hey! Shirakami Kaide. Hang in there. Rias's voice seemed to come from far away. His last sensation was falling into a warm, soft, yet nervously trembling embrace, and a surge of gentle demonic power trying to enter his body, only to be met with the stinging pain of instinctive rejection from the residual power of light. Then, darkness swallowed him completely. His consciousness felt like it was floating in warm seawater, rising and falling. After an unknown amount of time, Shirakami Kaide's eyelids flickered and slowly opened. The first thing that caught his eye was an unfamiliar, exquisitely carved dark red wooden bed canopy and soft, deep red curtains hanging down. Beneath him was an extremely comfortable mattress that felt like it could swallow him whole, and the quilt covering him emitted a faint, elegant fragrance similar to the one on Rias. This wasn't his apartment. He turned his stiff neck somewhat blankly, and then, his whole body froze instantly. Beside him, Rias was lying on her side, curled up under the quilt, fast asleep. She seemed exhausted. Her long red hair, usually meticulously groomed, was now loosely spread across the dark pillow, with a few strands sticking to her smooth forehead and cheeks. Her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow on her eyelids, and her breathing was even and long. Because of her side-lying position, the quilt outlined the beautiful curves of her body, from her rounded shoulders to her slender waist, and then to Shirakami Kaide suddenly looked away, feeling his cheeks heat up. Only then did he notice that Rias was wearing only a thin silk nightgown, dark red and loose at the neckline. From this angle, he could even see a breathtaking glimpse of her snowy white cleavage and the faint edges of her curves. The hem of the nightgown had pulled up slightly because she was curled up, revealing a section of her fair, jade-like, and beautifully lined thigh. She slept beside him so defenselessly, like a girl in need of protection, a far cry from the proud and powerful princess of Grimoire she usually was. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of their subtle breathing. The moonlight from outside spilled through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft glow over her face. What's the situation? Shirakami Kaide's brain stalled for a moment. As if sensing his gaze and slight movements, Rias's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes still held the misty haze of someone who had just woken up. But after clearly seeing Shirakami Kaide's face right in front of her and realizing their current posture and situation, that haze was instantly replaced by astonishment and a hint of panic. Almost instinctively, she shrank back, pulling up the quilt to cover her chest, as two visible patches of blush rose on her face. You're awake. Her voice was slightly raspy from just waking up, and she tried hard to maintain her composure, but the slight tremor at the end gave her away. President. Shirakami Kaide also hurriedly sat up, only then realizing his tattered school uniform was gone, replaced by a clean set of silk men's pajamas. A cool and comfortable sensation came from his wounds, they seemed to have been carefully treated. This is my bedroom. Rias also sat up, tidying her nightgown and hair a bit. The blush on her face faded slightly as she regained some of her composure. After you fainted, your injuries were a bit troublesome. The residual power of light was hindering the natural healing of demonic power. Ordinary treatment rooms weren't effective enough, so I brought you back to my room. The magical environment here is the best, and it makes it easier for me to continuously use my magic to help you neutralize and dispel that power of light. She paused, looking away. You were unconscious for about 6 hours. I got a bit tired, so. She didn't say more, but Shirakami Kaide understood. She was the king, and currently the only person who could effectively help treat him. It was only logical for her to stay by his side until she fell asleep from exhaustion, even though this, sharing a bed, scene was a bit too stimulating. Thank you, President, Shirakami Kaide thanked her sincerely. I've caused you trouble again. Rias shook her head, her expression turning serious again. What exactly happened? Rainer. I've heard that name before. A cruel middle-class fallen angel active in this area. Why would she target you? And how did such an intense battle occur? Shirakami Kaide recounted the events in the alleyway in detail, omitting the parts about the system prompts. Including how he dodged, tried to stall with, little tricks, and was finally forced to use the boosted gear to withstand the attacks until she arrived. After listening to his narration, Rias remained silent for a long time. She lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping the corner of the quilt, her knuckles turning a bit white. I'm sorry. She suddenly spoke in a low voice, filled with self-reproach. It was my lack of foresight. Knowing you possess a sacred gear that might attract unwanted attention, yet I failed to provide you with sufficient protection and guidance. If I had arrived sooner, or set up stronger security around your residence, you wouldn't have been so badly injured, almost. President, you can't blame yourself for this. Shirakami Kaide interrupted her, his tone light. Who could have guessed that bird person, the fallen angel lady, would be so persistent, coming to stake me out late at night instead of sleeping. Besides, aren't I fine? Thanks to you arriving in time, and, well, the meticulous treatment. He pointed to the cool sensation of his treated wounds and his clean pajamas. Rias looked up and saw the I'm a survivor smile on Shirakami Kaide's face. The guilt in her heart didn't diminish, but it was indeed softened by his attitude. She took a deep breath, her purple eyes showing surprise and scrutiny. However, you truly surprised me. Based on the traces at the scene in your description, this is definitely not something an ordinary pawn, who was reincarnated just a few days ago, could achieve. Even with a sacred gear, the burden on the body and the requirements for control are extremely high. Here it comes. Shirakami Kaide's heart stirred, realizing this was an opportunity to reasonably reveal part of his uniqueness. He wore a somewhat confused yet thoughtful expression. Actually, I find it a bit strange myself. During the fight with Rainer, especially when I was pushed to a corner at the end and summoned the gauntlet, I felt something inside my body slowly waking up under that pressure. Awakening. Rias leaned forward slightly, her interest piqued. What is it? The deep potential of your devil bloodline? Or an incidental change brought by the sacred gear? I'm not entirely sure. Shirakami Kaide weighed his words carefully. It's more like a talent. Or rather, an instinct. It's as if I suddenly knew how to use my magic power more effectively, and how to make my body react perfectly in critical moments. I even seem to be able to mimic power forms I've seen a little bit. Although it's very crude, and the consumption is ridiculously high. He was laying the groundwork for the mirror reflection skill. Mimicking power forms. Rias's brow furrowed slightly. Do you mean that thing similar to the power of light that you used to interfere with her at the end? She recalled the extremely weak but definitely present aura of light mixed weirdly with devil magic that remained at the scene. Yeah, I think so. But I almost wrecked myself using it. Shirakami Kaide gave a bitter smile. Besides that, there's also a tiny bit of, well, delay ability regarding the surrounding space. And a finer perception of my own magic power. They're all vague feelings, I can't really explain it clearly. He packaged the effects of static gaze and area stasis as vague perception and delay abilities. Rias listened thoughtfully. For a sacred gear host to awaken special talents under life and death pressure was rare, but not without precedent. Although these abilities sounded rudimentary and hard to control, their potential was unknown, especially that mimicking trait. If developed, it seems your uniqueness is even greater than we previously estimated. Rias didn't give a definitive conclusion, but the level of importance in her eyes increased a bit more. Regardless, this incident proves that you must get stronger as soon as possible. Possessing power without knowing how to use or protect it will only invite disaster. Starting tomorrow, I will work with Akano, Yuto, and the others to create a systematic training plan for you. Training. I definitely need that. Shirakami Kaide nodded, but a trace of hesitation appeared on his face as if he were holding something back. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Rias keenly noticed his abnormality. No, it's just. Shirakami Kaide seemed to make up his mind. He looked up at Rias, his gaze quickly sweeping over her lower abdomen. President, besides regular training, I also feel a way that's more suitable for me right now, which might allow me to recover faster or even enhance my magic power. What way? Rias asked, a faint premonition rising in her heart. It's related to that. Shirakami Kaide pointed toward Rias's lower abdomen. It was covered by the blanket, but they both knew what was underneath. When I was unconscious, in a half-asleep state, I could vaguely feel that special contract link between us. Especially when you used your magic power to help treat me. I felt that through that link, specifically, by touching the core of that crest, it seems possible to more directly and efficiently transfer and convert a certain type of energy. It would be beneficial for repairing my injuries, stabilizing my newly awakened chaotic abilities, and even slowly increasing my magic power. His words were half true. The true part was that obtaining lust values through the succubus contract link could indeed be converted into points and promote growth. The false part was that this method might not actually have such a miraculous effect on repairing injuries or stabilizing abilities, but it was undoubtedly a tempting and hard to disprove reason. Rias's breathing hitched almost imperceptibly. The blush that had just faded from her cheeks surged back even faster, spreading to her ears and neck. She naturally understood what touching the core of the crest meant. The location of that crest was too private. The air in the room seemed to freeze, filled with a subtle, ambiguously warm silence. Only the sound of their slightly hurried breathing was clearly audible. Rias lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling violently, showing her intense internal struggle. Becoming someone else's servant, especially in this form, was already hard for her proud heart to accept. Now, the other party was proposing to touch that shameful crest. This was simply, but his words weren't entirely without merit. That contract did indeed exist, and its level was very high. He had just gone through a fierce battle, his injuries weren't healed, and his abilities were unstable. If there was a more efficient way to help him recover and adapt, it was crucial for forming combat power as soon as possible to deal with any potential recurring dangers. Moreover, looking at the attitude of her family and her brother, they didn't seem to oppose, and even seemed happy to see her establish a closer connection with Shirakami Kaide. This foolish contract. This foolish situation. Seeing her remain silent for a long time, Shirakami Kaide's heart also rose into his throat. Was he too blunt? Would it backfire? Just as he was about to say, "Forget it," Rias finally looked up. Her cheeks were still crimson, but her purple eyes held a determined light, mixed with shyness and resolve. "How do we do it?" Her voice was very soft, almost inaudible, carrying a trace of an undetectable tremble. Shirakami Kaide was overjoyed. He suppressed his surging thoughts and tried to make his voice sound as calm and professional as possible. "It's simple. I just need to use my hand to slowly inject my magic power into the core node of the crest through contact, guiding the contract link to perform energy interaction. There might be a bit of a strange sensation, but it shouldn't be too uncomfortable." Rias looked at his serious expression and bit her lower lip. After a moment, as if she had finally made her final decision, she took a deep breath and her hands stiffly grabbed the hem of her nightgown. Then, under the bright lights, she slowly pulled the silk hem upward. First was her flat and tight lower abdomen, her skin dazzlingly white under the light. Then, that pinkish-purple succubus crest, woven from a heart shape, wings, and chains, was presented completely and without any obstruction before Shirakami Kaide's eyes. The crest emitted a slight warmth and a faint glow, as if it had a life of its own, rising and falling slightly with Rias's breathing. Begin. Rias closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling like the wings of a startled butterfly. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they might drip blood, and her hands tightly gripped the lifted hem, her knuckles turning white from the force. She turned her head to the side, seemingly not daring to watch Shirakami Kaide's next move. Shirakami Kaide's Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He reached out his right hand, magic power gathering between his fingers, and gently, slowly, tapped the very center of the succubus crest. At the moment his fingertips touched her, Rias's body shuddered violently, and she let out a suppressed, nasal moan. The crest seemed to be activated, instantly glowing with a more distinct pink-purple light. A warm, soft, almost suction-like energy spread up Shirakami Kaide's finger. At the same time, the invisible contract link between the two suddenly became clear and active. Shirakami Kaide could feel that the weak magic he injected was like water dripping into a sponge, instantly absorbed by the crest. Then, a purer, gentler magic, carrying Rias's unique scent and mixed with an indescribable, heart-racing energy, flowed back into his body. Contacting high-level succubus servant contract core. Contract link deeply activated. Energy interacting. Obtained pure magic feedback. Injuries accelerating repair. Lust value absorption efficiency significantly increased. Points plus 10. Points plus 10. Points plus 10. System notifications began to flood the screen. Points were jumping rapidly. Rias's experience was even more direct and intense. It wasn't just an exchange of magic. When Shirakami Kaide's finger, with its warm touch, landed on her most private and sensitive succubus crest. An indescribable, electric-like numbness instantly exploded from the point of contact and quickly flowed through her entire body. The feeling wasn't painful. Instead, it made her whole body go limp, her heartbeat falter, and a strange, flustering heat rose from deep within her. Ah! She let out another soft moan, her body unconsciously arching slightly, her previously tense muscles beginning to relax, and her hand clutching her skirt gradually losing its strength. She could feel the contract responding and the energy flowing. Those wounds on Shirakami Kaide that worried her, eroded by the power of light, seemed to be healing faster under the wash of the contract's energy. This feeling, although it was so shameful she wanted to die, it seemed really effective. Seeing that Rias had no obvious resistance and that her body was even starting to relax, Shirakami Kaide gradually grew bolder. He maintained the contact and magic injection at the core of the crest, while his other hand tentatively and slowly rose, gently landing on the edge of Rias's chest, whose curves had become even more breathtaking as she lay on her side. Rias's body stiffened abruptly, her eyes snapping open, her purple pupils filled with panic and disbelief. But Shirakami Kaide didn't stop. While continuing to send gentle magic through the crest, he used his other hand to begin gently and tentatively massaging her through the thin silk nightgown. His palm felt an indescribable fullness, softness, and amazing elasticity. Wait! Shirakami Kaide, you! Rias's voice carried a tremor as she tried to stop him. But the strange pleasure surging from deep within her body, stirred up by both the contract and the unusual contact, left her whole body weak and unable to muster any strength. Especially the constant numbness and warmth coming from the succubus crest on her lower abdomen, which seemed to have flipped a switch, causing her words of resistance to turn into meaningless whimpers by the time they reached her lips. Faint pink, almost invisible light particles began to slowly drift from where they touched, filling the air with a sweet and seductive scent. The temperature in the room seemed to be rising quietly. Shirakami Kaide was also feeling a rush of blood from the atmosphere and the wonderful sensation in his hand. Seeing Rias's alluring appearance, eyes tightly shut, eyelashes trembling, cheeks flushed, and lips slightly parted in soft gasps, and feeling the subtle change in her body from stiffness to gradual softness and even slight compliance, a bolder thought took over his mind. Maintaining his actions in both places, he leaned forward slightly, his face slowly approaching hers. Just as Rias couldn't help but tilt her head back and let out a sob-like moan due to the increasingly obvious needing pleasure from her chest. Shirakami Kaide precisely captured that moment, leaned down, and kissed her slightly parted, moist, and soft red lips. MMPH. Rias's eyes instantly widened to their limit, her purple pupils filled with shock, shame, confusion, and a hint of a dazed blurriness drowned in pleasure that even she hadn't noticed. She instinctively wanted to push him away, but her hands were limp and powerless. Her body, moreover, betrayed her will, becoming increasingly sensitive and longing under the continuous double stimulation. The initial stiffness and resistance lasted only a few seconds. Perhaps it was the deep influence of the contract, or perhaps her body had already been teased to the breaking point. Or perhaps it was the complex emotions for this special servant deep in her heart that she was unwilling to admit. Rias's resistance gradually weakened. Shirakami Kaide's kiss was a bit clumsy at first, but he soon deepened it naturally. He greedily drank in the sweetness from her mouth, his tongue tentatively prying open her pearly teeth to entwine with her bewildered, soft little tongue. At the same time, his hand on her chest became even bolder, beginning to reach in from the edge of her clothes to directly touch her skin, which was as smooth as congealed fat. He climbed the snow mountain, panting, and after seeing the warrior standing proudly at the peak, he waved at it. Ha! Rias's clothes were already in disarray, her nightgown pulled up to her waist. Her eyes were completely blurred, and her hands unconsciously climbed onto Shirakami Kaide's shoulders, unsure whether she wanted to push him away or pull him closer. Deep lust energy interaction. Lust value absorption reached peak. Points +50. Detected deep resonance of contract core. Experience points significantly increased. Level up. LV2 right pointing arrow LV3. Contractable servant slot +1. Total points 110. System shop permissions unlocked. The system's notification sounds rang in Shirakami Kaide's mind like a carnival, but he had almost no time to care at the moment. He was completely immersed in this unprecedented sense of intimacy and conquest, his kisses gradually moving down, leaving moist marks on her slender neck and delicate collarbone. His hands wandered over her lovely body, feeling every maddening curve and the heat. However, just at this moment of infatuation, when they were about to break through the final boundary, Rias suddenly surged with a burst of strength from somewhere, abruptly broke free from Shirakami Kaide's embrace, and pushed him away forcefully. Ha! Ha! She panted heavily, her chest heaving violently, her purple eyes glistening with tears, yet filled with a startled panic and shame. She looked down at her almost completely naked upper body and the succubus crest on her lower abdomen that was still glowing slightly, as if telling the story of everything that had just happened, and the blush on her face instantly exploded. But in the next second, her gaze fell on Shirakami Kaide. The hideous wounds that had been eroded by the power of light earlier had actually disappeared without a trace. Not even a scar was left. His skin was as smooth as before, with only the marks left by his previously tattered clothes proving the reality of the battle. The energy interaction of the contract had really allowed his injuries to fully recover. Moreover, she could clearly feel that Shirakami Kaide's aura was much more stable and powerful than before. This discovery made her confused mind even more chaotic. Rias opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. In the end, she only gave Shirakami Kaide a deep, incredibly complex look, then suddenly grabbed a coat from the bedside to wrap her nearly naked body, and barefoot, without looking back, rushed out of the bedroom as if escaping. The door was closed with a bang. Shirakami Kaide was still in the posture of being pushed away, sitting on the bed, somewhat dazed. The soft touch and sweet scent still lingered on his lips, and his fingertips seemed to be haunted by that smooth, full, and wonderful feel. Everything happened too fast and ended too suddenly. It wasn't until the system's clear notification sound rang in his mind again that he suddenly snapped back to his senses. Leveled up. LV3. 110 points. Shop unlocked. He looked down at his intact body, then looked up at the closed door. This time, did I play a bit too hard? The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto Shirakami Kaide's face. He slowly opened his eyes and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for a few seconds before the memories of last night, sensual, lingering, yet abruptly ended, rushed back into his mind like a tide. Rias's complex look of shame and indignation as she fled still seemed to be right before his eyes. He sat up and checked his physical condition. His injuries were completely healed, and his magic power was full, even more condensed and active than before. More importantly, he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. His consciousness sank into his mind, and the system interface automatically expanded. Host. Shirakami Kaide. Level. LV3. Experience points. 12/100ths. Race. Lower class devil, succubus bloodline. Magic power status. Full capacity increased. Contractable servant slots. 2 currently contracted. Rias Grimoire. Points. 110. Skill points. 2. Current skills. Static gaze LV1 to upgrade available. Area stasis LV1 to upgrade available. Mirror reflection LV1 to upgrade available. Boosted gear, bound sacred gear, does not occupy skill slots. Contracted servant. Rias Grimoire. Status. Contract deeply activated, link stable. Lust value peak record. 97 current value. 41, fluctuating. Affection level. 65 concerned, complex, resentful to initial contract requirements met. Note. A special contract ticket, forced, no side effects, was used when establishing the servant contract. so it did not consume a host contract slot and ignored the affection level at the time. Subsequent contracts for new servants must follow these rules. Rule 1. A natural contract requires the target's affection level toward the host to reach 80 or higher. Rule 2. Using a ordinary contract voucher, redeemable in the shop, can lower the affection level requirement to 60 or higher. I see. Shirakami Kaide stroked his chin. The first one was a newbie benefit for a forced binding, but the ones after that have to follow the rules. An affection level of 80 isn't low. Fortunately, there are contract tickets to lower the threshold. His gaze fell upon the skill points and points. 2 skill points, let's use them first. He first looked at static gaze. This skill's effectiveness was greatly reduced when dealing with Rainer. Clearly, against enemies whose strength far exceeded his own, the duration would shrink significantly. Upgrade static gaze. Consumed 1 skill points. Static gaze LV1 to LV2. Effect increase. Pausing a single target's time extended to 15 seconds. For targets stronger than oneself, the effect scales down proportionally. Cooldown slightly shortened. Magic consumption slightly reduced. With the time extended by 5 seconds, there was much more he could do at critical moments. Very practical. Next was mirror reflection. This skill had huge potential, but at LV1, the power of light copied was chaotic, and the backlash was severe. Upgrade mirror reflection. Consumed 1 skill points. Mirror reflection LV1 to LV2. Effect increase. The completion and power of copied skills are slightly increased, magic conversion efficiency is improved, and the backlash and consumption borne by oneself are reduced. Added, skill analysis, ability. When coming into contact with unfamiliar energy skills, more detailed information can be obtained. Not bad, it reduced the risk of backlash and added an auxiliary analysis function. With the skill points used up, it was time to check the point shop. This was 110 points, earned through hard work last night. His mind focused, and a high-tech translucent light screen expanded in his mind, categorized and full of items. Skill points, 10 points each. Skill books, one-time learning, prices vary, ranging from 20 points to several hundred points. Ordinary contract voucher, 50 points each. Various items, recovery potions, temporary buff scrolls, special materials, etc., with varying prices. Shirakami Kaide quickly browsed the skill section. Most were common skills like elemental manipulation, physical enhancement, and stealth, with prices between 20 and 50 points. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a skill, his pupils shrinking as he almost jumped out of bed. Holy shit. Skill. Clairvoyance. Price. 20 points. Description. At LV1, it can penetrate ordinary clothing, wood, thin walls, and other non-dense obstacles. The visual distance and clarity are affected by the thickness and material of the obstacle, as well as one's own magic power. As the level increases, the materials and thickness that can be seen through increase. Special note. When this skill is upgraded to LV5, a qualitative change will occur, granting the clairvoyant time stream branch ability, allowing for brief glimpses of future fragments. The higher the level, the longer and clearer the glimpses, up to LV10. Clairvoyance. It can even evolve into future prediction. This skill is simply a divine skill among divine skills. Combined with time stop, the room for maneuver would be immense. Seeing the opponent's actions a few seconds into the future ahead of time, then stopping time to give them a hit, just thinking about it makes me invincible. More importantly, that's freaking clairvoyance. No man can resist the temptation of clairvoyance. Exchange. I must exchange it. These 20 points are so worth it. Without the slightest hesitation, Shirakami Kaide exchanged it immediately. Consumed 20 points. Obtained skill. Clairvoyance LV1. Added to skill slots. With the skill in hand, his mind immediately became active. Future prediction requires LV5, and it's only LV1 now. I need to upgrade it quickly. Skill points are 10 points each. I still have 90 points. He quickly calculated. Exchanging for 4 skill points will cost 40 points. I'll keep 50 points as a reserve, in case I urgently need a contract ticket. Perfect. Consumed 40 points. Obtained skill points x4. Current points, 50. Add them all to clairvoyance. Consumed 4 skill points. Clairvoyance LV1 to LV5. Effect increase. Visual penetration ability greatly enhanced, allowing penetration of conventional brick and stone walls, thinner metal plates, etc. When focusing, resolution increases. Obtained branch ability. Clairvoyant time stream basic. Current effect. Can passively receive fragmented images of the future or premonitions of danger. When actively concentrating and activating it, one can relatively clearly glimpse a single future event fragment. Magic consumption is moderate. It's done. Although it's only basic prediction, using it at a critical moment could be the difference between life and death. Combined with the 15-second time stop of static gaze, the tactical possibilities have suddenly become much richer. I have 50 points left, I'll save them as a reserve for contract tickets. Shirakami Kaide closed the system interface with satisfaction. The joy of his strength increasing slightly diluted the embarrassment of last night. He got up and found a set of brand new Kuo Academy boys' uniforms by the bed, the size fitting perfectly. It seemed Rias had prepared them. He changed his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. This was a detached villa located in a high-end residential area near the academy. Elegantly decorated, it was clearly one of Rias's private residences in the human world. The living room downstairs was quiet and empty. On the dining table sat a simple breakfast and a note with elegant handwriting. Go to school by yourself after eating. R. Even the signature was just a single letter. It seemed the president was still sulking. Shirakami Kaide smiled, finished his breakfast obediently, tidied up the dishes, and headed out toward the school. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
In DXD, Reincarnated as a Incubus. Part 2. Not far from the villa's gate, he saw that familiar, tall, and graceful red-haired figure ahead. Rias was walking alone, her pace slightly faster than usual. The morning light outlined her perfect body curves, and her straight, slender legs beneath her school uniform skirt looked exceptionally alluring in the dawn light. Subconsciously, and with almost no mana consumption, Shirakami Kaide's newly acquired LV5 clairvoyance ability automatically fed back some images. Of course, he quickly looked away. See no evil, see no evil. He was a decent person, and this was a decent skill. It couldn't be used recklessly, at least, not right now. He quickened his pace to catch up and walked side by side with her. Rias had clearly noticed him long ago. Her body stiffened almost imperceptibly, but she didn't turn her head or speak. She just walked while staring straight ahead, though the tips of her ears were slightly flushed. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy and awkward. After walking for a while, seeing that they were almost at school, Shirakami Kaide took a deep breath. Stopped, and turned to face Rias. President. Rias also stopped and turned to look at him, waves of emotion hidden beneath the surface of her calm eyes. About last night. Shirakami Kaide looked directly into her eyes, his expression more serious than ever before. I'm sorry, I was a bit impulsive. But, I meant what I said. He paused, saying each word deliberately. I will take responsibility. Even though right now, whether in terms of strength or status, I am far from being a match for you. But I will work hard to become stronger, strong enough to stand by your side, strong enough to make everyone shut up, and strong enough to be qualified to take responsibility for you. His gaze was clear and firm, devoid of last night's desire, containing only sincere promise and determination. Rias was stunned. She looked at the young man before her. He was indeed still very weak, covered in scars after a single battle. Not only was his origin unknown, but he was also full of mysteries and trouble. He had even used that shameful method to establish a bizarre two-way contract with her. And now, with such a serious gaze, he was saying things like, responsibility, and, becoming stronger. She didn't dislike him. On the contrary, because of these layers of special connections, she felt an unusual concern and curiosity toward him. It was just that things had developed too quickly last night, far exceeding her control and expectations, making it hard for her proud heart to accept for a moment, leaving her mind in a mess. Seeing that she remained silent and was only looking at him with a complex gaze, Shirakami Kaide decided to take a step back to move forward later. I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. Just treat it as if I said something foolish, President. I will continue to fulfill my duties as your servant. He bowed slightly, preparing to continue walking. Wait. Rias suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. Shirakami Kaide stopped and looked at her. Rias looked away at the cherry blossom trees by the road, the blush on her cheeks more obvious than before. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but not knowing how to phrase it. Just then. Isn't this Rias and Little Bai Shufeng? A gentle, smiling voice came from the side. Himahima Akino had appeared at the intersection at some point, looking at them with a beaming smile. Her gaze shifted between the two, lingering for an extra moment on Rias's slightly red cheeks and Shirakami Kaide's somewhat disappointed and regretful expression. What a coincidence, coming from that direction together so early in the morning. Akino tapped her chin with a finger, appearing to be in thought, then revealed a look of realization and a mischievous smile. Could it be that Little Bai Shufeng spent the night at Rias's house? And looking at this, you walked here together from Rias's private villa Tilda. Akino. Rias's face instantly turned bright red, and she glared at her in embarrassment. Shirakami Kaide also gave a dry cough, his eyes wandering. Akino, however, acted as if she hadn't seen Rias's warning and continued in her characteristic gentle yet spine-tingling tone. Oh my, did I guess right? Is the progress that fast? You were clearly strangers just a few days ago. Tilda. Was it because the treatment required close care? Or, did some other kind of deep exchange happen? Enough, Akino. Rias took a deep breath, forcing down the heat on her face and trying to regain her usual calm and serious voice. We'll talk about anything else at the clubroom. Akino keenly sensed the unusual tension in Rias's tone and noticed Shirakami Kaide's completely healed, scar-free state. She had arrived at the scene one step behind Rias last night, by which time Shirakami Kaide had already passed out. The playful smile on her face faded slightly, and her gaze became profound. Understood, President. She nodded, no longer teasing. When the three of them arrived at the Occult Research Club, Yuto and Kaneko were already there. Rias walked to the president's seat and sat down, her hands folded on the table. Her expression had completely returned to its usual calm and majesty. I've called everyone together to explain an important situation, she said, getting straight to the point. Last night, while returning home after completing a request, Shirakami Kaide was attacked by a fallen angel. What? The gentle smile on Yuto's face vanished instantly, his eyes becoming as sharp as a sword. Kaneko put down her handheld console, her pale gold cat-like eyes looking at Shirakami Kaide with scrutiny. Although Akino had a premonition, hearing it confirmed made her expression turn solemn as well. The attacker was a middle-class fallen angel active in this area, Rainer. Rias continued, her target was the sacred gear on Shirakami Kaide. The battle was intense. Shirakami Kaide was injured but successfully held her off until I arrived. Rainer has retreated for now. She omitted the specific details of the treatment and the ambiguity that followed, only stating the result. I took Shirakami Kaide back for treatment, he is fine now. Rainer. Yuto repeated the name, a trace of coldness flashing in his blue eyes. He had no good feelings toward fallen angels to begin with, especially since the other party had attacked his companion. A middle-class fallen angel, her strength is not to be underestimated. Since she's targeted Shirakami-kun, if she failed once, there will likely be a next time. Troublesome, Kaneko commented succinctly, glancing at Shirakami Kaide. Good luck surviving. Akino's focus, however, was a bit different. She looked at Shirakami Kaide's perfectly intact body, then at the unnatural expression that flickered on Rias's face when she mentioned taking him back for treatment. She understood in her heart that the treatment process was likely not as simple and easy as the president made it sound. Therefore, Rias concluded, her voice firm. Shirakami Kaide must become stronger as soon as possible. Starting today, we will formulate a systematic training plan for him to improve his combat abilities, mana usage, and control over his sacred gear. At this point, she thought back to that special training last night, and her cheeks uncontrollably flushed slightly again. This time, Akino captured it precisely. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and that gentle yet somewhat mischievous curve returned to the corners of her mouth as her gaze shifted meaningfully between Rias and Shirakami Kaide. It seemed that this new, mystery-filled junior's relationship with her president was far more deep and complex than it appeared on the surface. This was going to be interesting. Before the training had even begun, the atmosphere in the clubroom had already become somewhat unusual due to various subtle emotions and speculations. And Shirakami Kaide, looking at the three seniors before him, each with a different style but all possessing formidable strength, knew that his good days, or rather, his hard days, were truly about to begin. The training at the Occult Research Club was much more professional than Shirakami Kaide had anticipated, and much more exhausting. The location wasn't the usual clubroom, but a dedicated training ground in a different dimension, connected by a magic circle Rias had set up. The space was vast, the ground made of a black material that could absorb impact, and it was surrounded by energy barriers. The first part of training was basic physical fitness and mana control. Kiba Yuto was in charge of instruction. Shirakawa Kaide-kun, as a pawn, basic physical strength, endurance, and explosiveness are the foundations for all techniques and the power of sacred gears. Yuto held a wooden training sword, standing tall with a gentle but demanding tone. At the same time, a devil's mana is different from simple life energy, it's more about the essence of power that grants wishes and twists reality. Precise control means higher efficiency and more possibilities. The training was simple but extremely physically demanding, running with weights and limit-pushing physical training under mana reinforcement. And the most tedious part, condensing mana at the fingertips to maintain a stable small flame or light ball for as long as possible. Shirakami Kaide panted heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. But after leveling up to LV3, his physical stats had clearly improved, and his total mana and recovery speed were also much faster. More importantly, under Yuto's meticulous guidance, his perception and control of his own mana were moving from instinctive outbursts to refined channeling. Very good, Shirakawa Kaide-kun. Yuto watched the small but stable flame of mana burning at Shirakami Kaide's fingertip for over 10 minutes, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Your progress is much faster than I imagined. You just went through a tough battle yesterday, yet you have this level of control today. It's not just a basic improvement, your adaptation and learning abilities are outstanding. It's because Senior Yuto is a good teacher. Shirakami Kaide dispersed the flame, wiped his sweat, and spoke sincerely. Yuto's teaching was clear and rigorous, and because he himself was a knight, he had extremely high requirements for speed, technique, and precision, which benefited Shirakami Kaide greatly. Next, try to cover the wooden sword evenly with mana, feeling the flow and sense of reinforcement when mana combines with an object. Yuto handed him a wooden training sword. Shirakami Kaide took it and concentrated. Pale red mana began to flow from his hand to the wooden sword. It was a bit sluggish at first, but with the help of the skill analysis ability attached to mirror reflection LV2, he quickly adjusted the mana output frequency and coverage. A few seconds later, the entire wooden sword was evenly wrapped in a stable dark red glow, and the blade even emitted a faint hum. Oh! Yuto was truly surprised this time. To achieve this level of stability and resonance on your first attempt at imbuing mana into an object. Shirakawa Kaide-kun, your talent in energy perception and adaptability must be very high. Maybe, it's what I gained under pressure last night. Shirakami Kaide explained vaguely, though he was quite satisfied with the effect of his upgraded skill. During a break in training, Shirakami Kaide pretended to stretch, his gaze quietly scanning the others on the field while his mind focused on the system. Himahima Akino. Affection. 35. Interest, curiosity, strong desire to investigate. Lust value. 25. Playful attraction. Status. Observing, deeply interested in the host's interaction with Rias and his rapid growth. Kaneko Tuju. Affection. 12. Initial recognition, but still seen as a source of trouble, subject to observe. Lust value. 1. Almost no fluctuation. Status. Focused on her own training, slightly changed her view of the host, from weak trouble to potential trouble. Target scan. Kiba Yuto. Affection. 40. Recognition, sense of companionship, appreciation for hard workers. Lust value. Oh, pure same romance, friendship, and sense of duty. Status. Earnestly fulfilling his instructional duties, viewing the host as a companion who needs protection and guidance. The data was clear at a glance. Rias had already been contracted, so she was ruled out. Yuto had the highest affection at 40, but he was a guy. Shirakami Kaide was very certain of his orientation, and the system hadn't mentioned being able to contract same romance servants. Maybe it was possible, but he definitely didn't want to try. Ruled out immediately. That left Kaneko and Akino. Kaneko's affection was only 12, and her lust value was nearly non-existent. Although her lowly physique was cute, trying to raise her near-emotionless affection from 12 to the 60 or even 80 required for a contract, the difficulty was as high as reaching the heavens, and it didn't seem very cost-effective at this stage. Akino was different. Her affection was 35, the second highest among the three, and her lust value was 25, indicating she wasn't completely indifferent to him, at least there was playfulness and attraction. Considering that using an ordinary contract voucher only required 60 affection, he only needed to raise it by another 25 points to potentially reach the goal. Akino was Rias's queen, powerful, with fallen angel blood and strong lightning strike abilities. Although she had a sadistic personality, she was very reliable at critical moments. Contracting her would be far more practical and beneficial than contracting Kaneko, both for supplementing the team's strength and for his own future assistance. Another potential target was Asia Argento, who hadn't appeared yet. The blonde nun who possessed smile of the mother, and could heal all wounds. In the original story, she was directly linked to Rainer, being used and hunted by the fallen angel. Her healing ability was priceless, and her personality was gentle and kind, so it should be relatively easy to raise her affection. It was just that her current whereabouts were unknown, and he needed an opportunity. So, the optimal strategy at this stage is focus on Akino, increase my strength, and wait for the opportunity for Asia to appear. Shirakami Kaide quickly cleared his thoughts. And the opportunity would likely involve Rainer. Since she had targeted him, if she failed once, she would likely appear again. Perhaps he could use this. What are you thinking about, little Bai Shufeng tilde? A gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ear, accompanied by warm breath. Shirakami Kaide startled and turned to see Akino leaning in beside him at some point, looking at him with a beaming smile, those charming eyes seemingly able to see through one's heart. Ah, Senior Akino, it's nothing, just processing the training from just now. Shirakami Kaide answered quickly, while his heart stirred. This was a good chance to increase interaction. I feel like Senior Yuto is really amazing, his teaching is very detailed. Yuto is indeed a good teacher. Akino nodded in agreement, but her gaze remained on Shirakami Kaide's face, searching. However, little Bai Shufeng, you learn very quickly too. That mana imbuement just now, many new devils have to practice for several days to stabilize it. There really are many interesting things about you. She leaned even closer, her pleasant scent wafting into Shirakami Kaide's nose. Because of the training, she had also changed into a tight sports tank top and shorts that allowed for easy movement, fully revealing her proud curves. From this angle, Shirakami Kaide could even see the fine beads of sweat on her collarbone and the striking silhouette under the sports tank top that rose and fell with her breathing. Himahima Akino. Affection +1. Lust value +3. Current affection, 36. Current lust value, 28. The system prompt sounded quietly. Senior Akino flatters me, I still have a long way to go. Shirakami Kaide said modestly, but his gaze inadvertently swept over her charming curves, his face appropriately showing the shyness and nervousness of a youth in close contact with his senior. Compared to you all, my progress is nothing. Senior's lightning magic is what's truly impressive. I saw descriptions in the records before, and it was practically an art. Era, you have such a sweet tongue. Akino seemed to enjoy it, her smile deepening as she reached out and lightly tapped Shirakami Kaide's forehead with her slender finger. Do you want to learn lightning magic? Teaching it might involve some special contact tilde. Her fingertips carried a faint, numbing static touch, and the hint in her words was even more obvious. Really? Is it okay? Shirakami Kaide showed an expression of surprise and expectation. If Senior Akino is willing to guide me, I couldn't ask for more. Interesting. Akino withdrew her hand and chuckled while covering her mouth, the interest in her eyes deepening. Then it's a deal. Once basic training is over, I'll give you some private lessons, tilde. However, if you can't keep up, there will be a punishment, tilde. I will definitely work hard. Shirakami Kaide immediately promised. The interaction between the two naturally fell into Rias's eyes not far away. She was currently guiding Kaneko in strength control training, but her peripheral vision had been focused here the entire time. Seeing Akino and Shirakami Kaide chatting happily and even making an appointment for private teaching, her eyes flickered slightly. She pursed her lips but said nothing, only turning her head. Her training requirements for Kaneko seemed to become a bit stricter. Next item. Reaction and combat training. Rias clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. Shirakami Kaide, you're in a group with Kaneko. Without using your sacred gear, and only using basic magic reinforcement and evasion, try to last as long as possible under Kaneko's attacks. With Kaneko. Shirakami Kaide looked at the petite silver-haired girl. Kaneko had already put down her snacks and walked expressionlessly to the center of the training ground, her eyes looking at Shirakami Kaide, calm and waveless. I'll go easy. I'll try not to kill you. Shirakami Kaide. Thanks, I don't feel comforted at all. Start. At Rias's command, Kaneko's figure vanished from the spot instantly. So fast. Shirakami Kaide didn't even see her movements clearly, he only felt a fierce wind rushing toward his face. Relying entirely on his upgraded neural reflexes and a vague sense of danger, he jerked his head back. Whoosh! Kaneko's fist grazed the tip of his nose, the wind from the punch making his cheek sting. Before he could steady himself, Kaneko's figure appeared at his side like a ghost, an unadorned side kick striking toward his waist and ribs. This kick looked effortless, but Shirakami Kaide had no doubt it contained a terrifying, monstrous strength capable of shattering steel plates. Can't dodge. Taking it head-on means a serious injury. Static gaze. LV2. Kaneko's charging figure suddenly froze in the air, maintaining that sharp kicking posture. But Shirakami Kaide could feel his magic power consuming rapidly, for an existence like Kaneko, who possessed powerful demonic power and monstrous strength, the time-stop effect was greatly reduced. He estimated there were only about 7 to 8 seconds of effective time. It was better than the 2 seconds against Rainer at LV1, but far from the theoretical 15 seconds. Without wasting any time, Shirakami Kaide immediately rolled to the side, his mind racing. Simply running away wouldn't last long, he had to use this brief time stop to create an opportunity. His gaze quickly swept over Kaneko's frozen body. Under the influence of clairvoyance LV5, he subconsciously activated it, not for precognition, but for enhanced insight. He could seemingly see the ceaseless, condensed, and massive flow of demonic power within Kaneko's body, as well as the subtle trajectories of her muscle movements. Got it. The moment the time stop ended, Kaneko's kick missed. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes, seemingly not expecting Shirakami Kaide to dodge so precisely. Her movements didn't pause for a second, she twisted her body and closed in again at an even faster speed, this time with a series of rapid punches. This time, Shirakami Kaide didn't try to dodge completely. Instead, he looked for an opening. At the moment Kaneko threw a punch and her momentum was at its peak but almost spent, he also condensed magic power into his fist and met it squarely. It wasn't a head-on collision, rather, like Tai Chi's pushing hands, he slightly guided and diverted the force at the moment of contact. Simultaneously, his other hand swiftly slapped toward the extremely tiny opening under Kaneko's armpit exposed by her punch. Kaneko let out a soft exclamation. The force in her fist was skillfully diverted, and while the light slap to her armpit did no damage, it caused a very brief stagnation in her fluid offensive. Now, Shirakami Kaide kicked off the ground, leaping backward with all his might to pull away again. On the sidelines, Rias, Akino, and Yuto all showed surprised expressions. That move just now. Yuto's eyes were sharp. It wasn't just anticipation, it was more like an instantaneous insight into Kaniko's power patterns and rhythm. And that first dodge, the timing was too precise to be a coincidence. Moreover, his movement and counterattack rhythm had an extremely brief, unnatural sense of acceleration in the middle. Akino added, her eyes full of interest. Though it was very faint, it definitely existed. Is it some kind of acceleration ability? Or? Rias didn't speak, but her gaze fixed on Shirakami Kaide was full of scrutiny. She knew better than anyone else the talent Shirakami Kaide might have awakened. Last night's energy interaction seemed to have truly accelerated his understanding and control of his own abilities. In the field, Kaniko stopped her pursuit. Looking at Shirakami Kaide, who was panting slightly but had excited eyes, she nodded. Reaction, okay. Technique, tricky but effective. Better at fighting than expected. This was already a rare high evaluation from Kaniko. Thanks for the guidance, Kaniko. Shirakami Kaide breathed a sigh of relief. He now had a more intuitive understanding of the practical application of his upgraded skills in actual combat. The timing of static gaze, the insight assistance from clairvoyance, and even the help of mirror reflections analytical ability in understanding the opponent's power flow, all gave him a new realization of his combat power improvement. Alright, take a break, Rias announced. In the afternoon, we'll conduct magic resistance training and basic sacred gear resonance training. Hearing sacred gear training, everyone's expressions turned serious. During the break, Shirakami Kaide proactively approached Akino, who was drinking water. Senior Akino, about Thea special teaching, for lightning magic, when can we start? He had an expectant smile on his face. Akino looked at him, her eyes shimmering. She suddenly leaned close to his ear and spoke in a whisper only the two of them could hear. Are you in such a hurry? Little Bai Shufeng. You couldn't be thinking of using the name of learning to have some special ideas about me, could you? Warm breath brushed against his ear, carrying a provocative fragrance. Shirakami Kaide's heart skipped a beat unhelpfully, but he showed the embarrassment of being seen through, and a bit of a boys will be boys, cunning smile, lowering his voice to say. Ideas. I definitely have some. But the heart that wants to learn from senior to become stronger is also real. After all. He glanced at Rias, who was discussing training plans with Yuto in the distance, his tone becoming a bit more low and serious. I don't want to be like last night again, only able to be beaten passively and eventually needing the president to save me. Akino was slightly startled, and then her smile became a bit different, less playful, more understanding, and with a touch of faint admiration. She gently patted Shirakami Kaide's shoulder. Good resolve. Well then, after the club activities tonight, stay behind and wait for me. Let me see your sincerity and potential, little Bai Shufeng tilde. Made an appointment for private teaching with Himahima Akino. Favorability +2. Lust value +5. Current favorability, 38. Current lust value, 33. When everyone else had left, leaving only Akino and Shirakami Kaide. When Shirakami Kaide pushed open the clubroom door, he couldn't help but freeze. Akino wasn't wearing her school uniform or gym clothes, instead, she had changed into a red and white Miko outfit. The white top was as clean as snow, and the bright red hibikama reached down to her ankles, with a white sash tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist and the curves of her full breasts. Her long black hair was draped smoothly over her shoulders, with a few strands hanging over her chest, forming a sharp contrast with her fair skin and the red collar. She wore her usual gentle smile, but this outfit added a touch of sacred and classical charm, creating a strange, heart-pounding contrast with her inner sadistic nature and the occasional flirtatiousness she revealed. What's the matter, are you dazed? Little Bai Shufeng tilde. Akino covered her mouth and chuckled. A Miko outfit is very suitable for sacred magic power guidance teaching, you know tilde. Ah, yes, Senior Akino looks very beautiful dressed like this. Shirakami Kaide snapped out of it and praised her sincerely. When the two arrived at the training ground again, a certain thought in Shirakami Kaide's mind grew like wild grass. A Miko outfit, what would she be wearing underneath? According to the tradition of certain works, could it be, almost subconsciously, he concentrated, his magic power surging slightly, and a faint glimmer flashed deep in his eyes. Clairvoyance, activate. His gaze easily penetrated the thin white top and the red hibikama. The next second, Shirakami Kaide felt his nose heating up, and his breathing stopped for a moment. Nothing underneath. Under the Miko outfit, there was actually completely unshielded, fair, and smooth skin. Those proud, full breasts, without the restraint of underwear, presented a natural and perfect curve, rising and falling gently with her breath. The slender waist, the flat belly, and further down, beneath the hibikama, there was also unreserved scenery, long straight legs pressed together, and that most secret triangular area. Akino seemed to have noticed something. She tilted her head slightly, her smile unchanged. Little Bai Shufeng, your face is a bit red. Is there a problem with your magic power circulation? No. Shirakami Kaide quickly deactivated clairvoyance, forcibly suppressing his churning blood, and coughed twice. It might be that I haven't fully recovered from the basic training just now. Senior, let's begin. Is that so? Akino smiled noncommittally and didn't press further. Well then, first we'll start with the most basic magic power perception and resonance. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and try to use your magic power to perceive the energy fluctuations I'm emitting. Shirakami Kaide did as he was told, closing his eyes and slowly spreading out his own magic power. Soon, he felt Akino's presence in front of him. It was a warm, soft, yet complex energy field that contained violent factors like thunder within, like an undercurrent surging beneath a calm sea surface. Very good, your perception is very keen. Akino's voice seemed to ring directly in his mind, carrying a strange soothing power. Now, try to slowly adjust your magic power fluctuations to a frequency close to the fluctuations I'm emitting. Don't rush, just like tuning a radio, look for that resonance point. This required extremely high precision control. Shirakami Kaide focused intently, and with the help of the control improved after leveling up and the analysis assistance provided by mirror reflection LV2, he adjusted the rhythm of his own magic power bit by bit. Time passed minute by minute. The clubroom was so quiet that the breathing of both could be heard. Suddenly, Shirakami Kaide felt a faint synchronization between his magic power and Akino's energy field. A tingling sensation was fed back from the magic power contact point, which was very comfortable. You found it, Akino's voice carried praise. Much faster than I imagined. Now, next, try to slowly pass a part of your magic power through this resonance channel. I will guide it and let you experience a more efficient way of condensing magic power. Shirakami Kaide cautiously separated a wisp of magic power and extended it along that invisible resonance channel. The next second, he felt as if that wisp of his magic power was gently held by a warm and soft hand, and then guided into a more complex and exquisite cycle. That feeling was exceptionally clear, as if he could see the process of magic power being compressed, purified, and rearranged, with an efficiency far higher than his own crude control. At the same time, because of the deepening of the magic power link, a feeling of greater intimacy, as if their souls were slightly resonating, spread out. The pleasant fragrance on Akino's body also seemed clearer. Himahima Akino favorability +3. Lust value +8. Current favorability, 41. Current lust value, 41. The system prompt made Shirakami Kaide's spirit lift. The first teaching session ended in this slightly ambiguous and highly focused atmosphere. Akino gave high praise to Shirakami Kaide's learning ability and magic power adaptability, and they agreed to continue tomorrow. The next day, Akino was still wearing that red and white Miko outfit. Shirakami Kaide had already seen the scenery inside, but seeing this combination of sacredness and temptation again, coupled with the lingering aftertaste of yesterday's magic power link, still made his heart race a bit. Today's teaching content was deeper, involving the preliminary guidance of magic power attributes and shape transformation. Akino even had Shirakami Kaide try to simulate an extremely faint trace of lightning nature with his own magic power. This was very difficult, but with the analysis ability of mirror reflection and a strong desire to learn, Shirakami Kaide actually managed to condense a small cluster of blue-white electric sparks that kept jumping and making faint crackling sounds at his fingertips after a few failures. Truly, an amazing talent. Akino looked at the cluster of electric sparks, her eyes showing unconcealed surprise and interest. Perhaps, you are really suited to learn my magic, little Bai Shufeng tilde. On the third day, the teaching entered a critical stage, attempting to combine this preliminary magic power control with the power of the sacred gear to a limited extent and stabilize it. The essence of the boosted gear is multiplication, but the premise of multiplication is that the host themselves can provide stable and controllable magic power. Akino rarely put away most of her playful expression and explained seriously. You need to learn to maintain a stable core magic power structure when the gauntlet is activated and power pours in, otherwise, the power will run wild and injure yourself. Shirakami Kaide nodded, took a deep breath, and summoned the boosted gear on his left arm. Crimson metal covered his arm, and the jewel flowed with red light. Now, try to construct your most stable magic power cycle as you did in the past 2 days, and then, bit by bit, actively guide the power of the gauntlet to merge into this cycle, instead of being led by it. Akino walked to his side, reached out a hand, and gently pressed it on his right arm, which was not covered by the gauntlet. A gentle magic power permeated in, helping him stabilize his mind and internal structure. I will watch over you. If there are signs of losing control, stop immediately. Understood. Shirakami Kaide closed his eyes and began to construct the efficient and stable magic power core cycle he had gradually become familiar with over the past 2 days. Then, he cautiously used his will to touch that scorching and surging dragon power in his left arm. Boost. Didrake's voice rang out, and power began to pour in. At first, it went smoothly. The multiplied power was orderly guided into the cycle, and he could feel his power steadily increasing while the cycle structure remained firm. Once, twice, 3 times, he steadily increased the guided power. At the 4th boost, the power clearly became more turbulent, but it was still within the controllable range. The 5th time, the power began to get a bit restless, and the cycle structure vibrated slightly, but with the help of Akino's auxiliary magic power, it still held steady. Very good, the control is better than expected. Akino's voice rang in his ear, filled with praise. Now, try for the 6th time. This is the key. If you succeed, it means you've reached the introductory level of basic control over the gauntlet. Shirakami Kaide concentrated all his mental energy, guiding the power of the 6th multiplication inward. Boom. At the very moment the power was injected, an unexpected change occurred. The red light from the gauntlet's jewel suddenly became blinding and violent. A surge of dragon power, far more ferocious and full of primitive wildness than the previous 5 times combined, flooded into Shirakami Kaide's magic circulation like a bursting dam. What? Akino's expression changed instantly as her auxiliary magic was crushed by this berserk surge of power. Shirakami Kaide felt as if his left arm was about to explode, burning with intense pain. The originally stable circulation structure within his body began to shatter inch by inch under the impact of this violent force. The out-of-control power surged through his entire body and erupted violently outward from the gauntlet on his left arm. Watch out! Akino immediately tried to pull away, but the range of the berserk power was too wide and its speed too fast. Crimson magic turbulence exploded outward like a small storm with Shirakami Kaide at its center. The first to be hit was Akino, who was standing right next to him. RIP. Before this destructive turbulence of dragon power, her sacred Miko outfit was like paper, instantly torn and shredded. Large areas of fair, dazzling skin were exposed to the air, and those unrestrained, plump jade rabbits bounced out violently. A slender waist, a flat belly, long straight legs, everything was presented without reservation in an instant. Meanwhile, Shirakami Kaide was pushed forward by the uncontrolled force, falling right on top of Akino, who was still in shock from her clothes exploding. The two fell heavily onto the floor. According to the accidental fall leads to breast groping theorem, Shirakami Kaide's hands instinctively tried to brace himself as he fell, but they landed exactly on 2 mounds of extreme softness and incredible elasticity. The perfect size and texture were transmitted through his palms, leaving his mind a complete blank. Time seemed to stand still. Akino seemed stunned by this sudden double attack, as well. Her purple eyes widened slightly as she looked at Shirakami Kaide's face right in front of her. But soon, that familiar, playful, and slightly heated smile returned to her eyes. She didn't even try to cover her body at first. Far from being panicked or ashamed, she slightly adjusted her posture under him to make their contact even closer. She even raised a hand and gently stroked Shirakami Kaide's cheek, which was stiff from shock. Era, what a violent teaching accident, little Bai Shufeng. Her voice carried a hint of breathlessness, yet remained composed and even somewhat seductive. Your hands, how do they feel? Do you like this unexpected windfall? As she spoke, her body moved slightly, causing the beauties held in his grasp to sink deeper into his palms. Shirakami Kaide felt his blood rush to his head. The exquisite sensation in his hands and the visual impact of the naked, perfect body before him made him almost lose control. He swallowed and blurted out almost instinctively. I like it. Oh. Then, do you want to be a bit more daring? Akino's smile deepened, her gaze enchanting. Just as Shirakami Kaide was about to follow her lead, a chill suddenly shot up his spine. He felt a gaze coming from behind him. The expression on his face froze instantly. He stiffly turned his head, inch by inch. At the entrance of the clubroom, a figure had appeared silently at some point. Rias Grimori. Her long red hair was loose, and she was wearing casual home clothes, clearly having come over on short notice. Currently, her arms were crossed over her chest. Her purple eyes calmly watched the two stacked on the floor, taking in Akino's nearly naked body and Shirakami Kaide's hands still pressed against the vital areas. Her face didn't show much expression, but the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees in temperature. PR President. Shirakami Kaide was scared out of his wits. He tried to pull his hands back as if he'd been electrocuted, but failed to do so immediately because of their position. Good evening, Rias Tilda. Akino, pinned underneath, acted as if nothing was wrong, even having the leisure to wave at Rias by the door. As you can see, there was a tiny teaching accident. The power of the gauntlet went out of control. Rias's gaze lingered for a moment on the gauntlet on Shirakami Kaide's left arm, which was still flickering with unstable red light, and then she walked in slowly. She first sighed helplessly and said to Akino, Akino, you should also pay a little attention to the occasion and your image. Hi tilde. Akino agreed verbally but took no actual action. Rias didn't say anything more. A flash of light appeared on Akino, and a brand new, identical red and white Miko outfit instantly appeared on her body, covering all the scenery. Shirakami Kaide stood up reluctantly. Only then did Rias turn her full attention to Shirakami Kaide and ask, what exactly happened with the control of the boosted gear just now? Akino, what's your assessment? Akino also stood up gracefully, smoothing out her newly changed Miko outfit as if the erotic scene from just now had never happened. She walked to Shirakami Kaide's side and naturally grabbed his left hand covered by the gauntlet, sensing it carefully while her fingers gently stroked the surface of the gauntlet. The loss of control was very sudden. The jump in power level was too large, it didn't seem like a normal manipulation error. Akino analyzed in a professional tone. However, little Bai Shufeng's control before that was much better than expected. Before losing control, he successfully completed 5 stable multiplications and began to guide the 6th. Given his level after having the sacred gear for only a few days, this is already amazing progress. I thought he might lose control at the 3rd or 4th time. Hearing this, Rias looked at Shirakami Kaide, and a smile of approval actually appeared on her face. Well done, Shirakami Kaide. Shirakami Kaide. Well done. What was done well? It couldn't possibly be the accidental grope from just now, could it? Seeing Shirakami Kaide's confused expression, Rias seemed to perceive his doubt and explained. I mean your progress in controlling the gauntlet. Akino is right, being able to reach this stage in such a short time has exceeded my expectations. She paused. Now, try to activate the gauntlet again and perform a multiplication to see where your current limit lies. Pay attention to control. If you feel any signs similar to before it went out of control, stop immediately. Shirakami Kaide suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and nodded. He focused his mind and activated the gauntlet once more. Boost. Once, twice, 3 times, the power grew steadily. 4 times, 5 times, still stable. The 6th time, boost. Crimson light flowed over the gauntlet, and power surged in again, more turbulent than before, but Shirakami Kaide felt he could control it. Although the circulation structure was under pressure, it did not collapse. He succeeded. Without Akino's assistance, he independently completed the 6th multiplication. He could feel that if he continued, a 7th time might be possible, but the risk would increase sharply. That's enough, stop now, Rias said at the right time. Shirakami Kaide stopped as told, the gauntlet dissipated, and he let out a long breath, a smile of excitement involuntarily appearing on his face. It seems the teaching results are significant. Rias looked at Shirakami Kaide, then glanced at the smiling Akino beside him, speaking with hidden meaning. However, the next time you conduct such high-risk training, it's best to notify me in advance. Yes, President. Shirakami Kaide hurriedly replied. Rias nodded and said nothing more, turning to leave the clubroom as if she had just happened to pass by to handle a trivial matter. Only Shirakami Kaide and Akino were left in the clubroom. Akino walked up to Shirakami Kaide and reached out to gently straighten his collar, which had been messed up earlier, her movements tender. Caught red-handed by the president, little Bai Shufeng tilted that feeling, do you still remember it? Shirakami Kaide's face turned red, but looking at Akino's close-up face and that soul-stirring smile, he found courage from somewhere and whispered, I remember. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Hee hee. Akino chuckled, her finger tapping his chest. Then, you must work even harder. If you happen to lose control again next time, perhaps there will be an even more special reward. After speaking, she turned and walked away gracefully, leaving behind Shirakami Kaide, whose mind was racing and who was somewhat puzzled by Rias's calm reaction. Next time I lose control, a reward. Shirakami Kaide rubbed his chin, looking at his left hand as a bold thought emerged. If he worked a little harder and let the gauntlet accidentally lose control again while both Rias and Akino were present. Ha ha. One afternoon after training, the Occult Research Club's clubroom welcomed a group of unusual visitors. When the knock sounded, Shirakami Kaide was reviewing the insights from yesterday's mock battle with Kaneko with Yuto. Rias said, come in, and the door was pushed open as several students with outstanding temperaments, wearing Kuo Academy uniforms, walked in. Leading them were 2 girls. Walking in front was a young girl with short black hair and glasses. Her face was clear and beautiful, her expression calm, and the eyes behind the lenses shone with the light of reason, radiating a steady and capable aura. Beside her was a tall girl with long straight black hair and an equally meticulous expression, looking like an assistant. Behind them followed a boy with short blonde hair, carrying a look of curiosity and a hint of competitiveness on his face. Good afternoon, Rias, the girl with short black hair spoke, her voice calm and polite. Sona, Tsubaki, and Genshiro Saji, good afternoon. Rias stood up from the president's seat with a smile. Shirakami Kaide could feel that her attitude was slightly more formal than when she usually received outsiders. What wind blew the main cadres of the student council here to our place? Sona Citri, her vice president Tsubaki Shinra, and her servant, Pon, Genshiro Saji. Shirakami Kaide recognized them immediately. Important characters from the original work, the next head of the Seedy family, also a high-class devil, and Rias's close friend and rival. Just a routine exchange of affairs, and Sona Citri's gaze swept across everyone in the clubroom, finally landing on the unfamiliar Shirakami Kaide, pausing for a moment. I heard you've taken in a new servant, Pon. As a friend and fellow person in charge of this area, it's only right that I come to meet him. Her tone was natural, but Shirakami Kaide could feel that her scrutinizing gaze stayed on him slightly longer than it did on Akino, Yuto, and Kaneko. I see. Rias nodded and gestured to the side. Then, let me introduce you. Shirakami Kaide, my new, Pon. Shirakami Kaide, this is the Student Council President Sona Citri, Vice President Tsubaki, and Sona's, Pon, Genshiro Saji. Hello everyone, I am Shirakami Kaide. Shirakami Kaide took a step forward and bowed politely. Sona Sitri nodded slightly in return, but the gaze behind her glasses remained inquisitive. Vice President Tsubaki Shinra also nodded politely. Genshiro Saji was much more direct, sizing up Shirakami Kaide from head to toe. The curiosity in his eyes was almost undisguised, mixed with a subtle look of, is this the new pawn President Rias took in? Sona watched Shirakami Kaide for a while, then turned to Rias and asked calmly. Rias, I remember that although your Grimoire family isn't known for bloodline prejudice, consuming all 8 pawn pieces, the target should usually be someone whose potential has been recognized. She glanced at Shirakami Kaide again. The devil aura on this Shirakami Kaide seems to be only at the level of the most ordinary lower-class devil. Are there any special considerations in this? The question was direct and consistent with Sona's rational and analytical personality. Before Rias could answer, Akino chuckled and gently took over the conversation. The president is quite sharp. However, when evaluating a devil, sometimes you can't just look at the surface aura, right? Sona Sitri sized up Shirakami Kaide once more. Sacred gear. I see. Sona's tone changed slightly. Yes, and it doesn't seem to be an ordinary sacred gear. Tsubaki Shinra pushed up her glasses and added, her gaze toward Shirakami Kaide becoming more knowing. I see. A servant with a sacred gear is indeed worth investing pieces in. Although it's rare for a lower-class devil's body to host a sacred gear, there are precedents in history. Their reasoning was logical, concluding that Rias's actions were due to her seeing the potential of Shirakami Kaide's sacred gear. However, in the next moment, they discovered that Shirakami Kaide's sacred gear seemed a bit different. In the next instant, the expressions of Sona Sitri and Tsubaki Shinra both changed. Even Genshiro Saji, who had been somewhat nonchalant, suddenly widened his eyes, his gaze toward Shirakami Kaide filled with shock. That is, Tsubaki Shinra whispered in disbelief. Sona Sitri took a deep breath, and when she looked at Shirakami Kaide again, the calmness in her eyes had been replaced by shock. Such a thick, ancient, and oppressive dragon aura. It's definitely not something an ordinary sacred gear could possess. Could it be one of the 13 sacred gears? Sacred gear. This word made Genshiro Saji gasp. Sona's gaze swept over the normal-looking Rias, the smiling Akino, the calm Yuto, and the expressionless Kaneko, finally returning to Shirakami Kaide. A sacred gear, residing in the body of a lower-class devil. She repeated in a low voice, this was beyond the framework of her usual rational analysis. But soon, she shook her head, as if forcing herself to accept the fact. No, a sacred gear chooses its master for its own reasons, perhaps this is exactly where its uniqueness lies. Rias, you found an incredible servant. After the shock came a sense of realization. After all, only such a legendary item could explain why Rias would value a devil who appeared so ordinary on the surface. President Sona is too kind, he still has a long way to go. Rias smiled, neither admitting nor denying it, but her attitude already said everything. At this time, Genshiro Saji seemed to come back to his senses. He scratched his head and, with an expression mixed with admiration and a refusal to lose, took the initiative to walk up to Shirakami Kaide and extend his hand. Hey, I'm Genshiro Saji, the president's pawn. I didn't expect you to look so ordinary but be so amazing. Please look after me in the future. His attitude was straightforward, although he was competitive, there was no malice. Shirakami Kaide also reached out and shook his hand. Likewise, I am Shirakami Kaide, please look after me as well. The atmosphere softened slightly. After the two sides exchanged a few more pleasantries, Sona Sitri pushed up her glasses, her expression becoming serious again. Actually, this visit, besides meeting Shirakawa Kaide-kun, there's a more important matter. Rias also said seriously, please, go ahead. Recently, the situation in Kuo town has become unsettled. Sona spoke with a heavy tone. We have detected devils appearing on the outskirts of town who did not enter through official channels, but rather smuggled themselves in. As she spoke, she noticed that the expressions of Rias, Akino, and the others were a bit subtle, and they all looked at Shirakami Kaide in unison. Sona took in everyone's reactions, and her suspicion that Shirakami Kaide might have another special background grew a bit stronger, but she did not point it out and continued. In addition to the smuggled devils, there are also signs of fallen angel activity. Although it's very hidden, it definitely exists. When fallen angel was mentioned, Sona once again saw Rias and the others look at Shirakami Kaide in unison. Sona. She felt like she had grasped something key. This new pawn not only possesses a sacred gear, but could he also have some connection with fallen angels? This would explain why Rias's attitude toward him was so complex and protective. She paused and shared the third piece of information. Furthermore, we have discovered that some clergy members expelled by the church are suspected to have drifted into this vicinity. This time, she intentionally paused after speaking, carefully observing the reactions of Rias and the others. She saw that although their expressions were serious, their gaze did not focus on Shirakami Kaide again. Instead, they exchanged glances with each other. For some reason, Sona felt a mysterious sense of relief. Fortunately, it seems this Shirakawa Kaide-kun has nothing to do with the church's outcasts. Wait, why am I feeling relieved? She felt a flicker of confusion at this sudden emotion. However, based on these successive glances, the secrets surrounding Shirakawa Kaide-kun were likely far more complex than just being a lower-class devil with a sacred gear. Sona analyzed calmly. I understand the situation. Rias nodded, her long red hair swaying slightly with the movement. These are indeed unstable factors. What is your intention in coming here? I hope our two sides can act in coordination. Sona spoke bluntly. The Student Council and the Occult Research Club are jointly responsible for the safety of this area. Expelling smuggled devils, investigating and responding to potential fallen angel threats, and monitoring expelled clergy to prevent them from causing chaos or conflict in town. This is a test of our respective management capabilities. I agree, Rias said without hesitation. Maintaining the stability of the territory is the responsibility of the Grimoire family. We will cooperate fully. Thank you for your understanding. Sona nodded slightly, clearly not surprised by Rias's prompt agreement. The effects of several days of intensive training were significant. When Shirakami Kaide could proficiently maintain the boosted gear in a stable state of six-fold magnification while simultaneously using static gaze to interfere with his opponent. And use mirror reflection to simulate Akino's lightning magic, though its power was somewhat reduced, it was still sufficient. After witnessing Shirakami Kaide's progress, whether it was Yuto, Akino, or even Kaneko, they all had to admit that this new pawn had already acquired a considerable level of combat capability. Himahima Akino favorability, 56. Lust value, 48. Kaneko Tuju favorability, 18. Lust value, 5. The system's prompts gave Shirakami Kaide more confidence in his next plan. On the evening the special training ended, Rias gathered all the members, her expression carrying a hint of seriousness. Definitive news has come from Sona's side. In the old industrial district on the outskirts of town, the specific location of a smuggled devil has been locked down. Magic power readings show it's in an unstable state. It might have been injured during the smuggling process, or some other reason caused it to lose control. Rias spread out a simple map and pointed to a marker for an abandoned warehouse. To prevent it from harming ordinary humans or causing greater destruction, we will move tonight to eliminate it. Akino, Yuto, Kaneko, Shirakami Kaide, the four of you come with me. This is Shirakami Kaide's first official team operation, and it's also an opportunity to test the results of your special training. Yes, President. The four replied in unison. Night fell, and the old industrial district was deathly silent, with only broken streetlights flickering occasionally. The abandoned warehouse was like a crouching giant beast, lying quietly in the shadows, faintly emitting a disturbing and chaotic demonic aura. Be careful, the guy inside, his emotions are very unstable. Kaneko wrinkled her small nose and whispered a warning. As a former Nekomata, her perception of auras was the most acute. Rias nodded and made a gesture. Yuto was the first to silently push open the half-closed, rusted iron door, and everyone filed in. The interior of the warehouse was empty and dark, with some decaying wooden crates and discarded machine parts piled up. The air was filled with the smell of rust and dust. In the center of the warehouse, a tall figure stood with its back to them, its shoulders heaving irregularly, letting out suppressed and painful, hee-hee, sounds. It was a devil, exceptionally burly, with skin of an unhealthy dark purple, and a pair of tattered wings hanging limply behind its back. It didn't seem to notice the intruders, merely clutching its head, its body twitching from time to time. Target confirmed. Magic power is chaotic, showing signs of slight berserk state, Akino judged softly. Clear it directly to avoid further complications. Rias was about to give the order when the devil suddenly turned its head. Its eyes were blood red, filled with pain, madness, and mindless killing intent. Its face and body were covered in crisscrossing wounds, as if repeatedly cut by some sharp tool and not fully healed. Some areas were even oozing dark liquid. Roar. Seeing living beings, the out-of-control devil let out a deafening roar, its last shred of sanity completely extinguished. It kicked off the ground, its massive frame carrying a foul wind, charging toward Yuto at the front like a cannonball. Yuto. Rias shouted. Understood. Yuto's gaze sharpened. Without any visible movement, several magic swords flashing with cold light instantly materialized around him and shot out. Shink. 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 The magic swords accurately pierced the ground and walls along the devil's charge path. They weren't a direct attack but formed a temporary sword cage, obstructing its linear impact. The devil crashed into the magic swords, making the sound of clashing metal. Its momentum slowed, and a few more shallow marks were added to its body, which further provoked its ferocity. Kaneko. Rias ordered again. Understood. Kaneko's petite figure vanished instantly, reappearing like a ghost at the devil's side the next moment. A simple but terrifyingly powerful straight punch slammed hard into the devil's ribs. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The devil's massive body was sent staggering several steps sideways, its ribs visibly caved in. It let out a howl of pain. Heavenly thunder. Akino elegantly raised her hand, brilliant blue-white electricity dancing at her fingertips, which then transformed into several swift lightning spears that tore through the air, accurately striking the devil's head, chest, and knee joints. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning exploded, and the devil's whole body twitched from the electricity. Its movements became even slower, its body charred black with wisps of green smoke rising. Their cooperation was seamless and fluid. Shirakami Kaide watched and secretly praised them in his heart. Shirakami Kaide, the finishing blow. Rias looked at him, giving him the opportunity for practical combat training. Shirakami Kaide nodded. A flash of crimson light shimmered on his left arm as the boosted gear instantly equipped. Boost. 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 6 consecutive, steady doublings filled his left arm with a savage yet controllable power. He didn't use the mana-intensive area stasis or mirror reflection. Instead, he concentrated all the multiplied power into a single point, pushed off with his feet, and charged forward. His left fist, covered by the crimson gauntlet, trailing a blazing dragon fire tail, slammed like a heavy hammer into the chest of the demon, dazed and nearly off balance from the continuous assault. Boom! Accompanied by a dull, thunderous impact, the demon's chest visibly caved in. The tattered wings on its back were shredded by the fist force that blasted straight through its body. It let out one final, shrill wail before its massive frame was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the warehouse's brick wall and sliding to the ground. After twitching a few times, it dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, leaving behind only a dim, small demon core representing its essence. Mission complete. Rias let out a sigh of relief, walked over, and checked the demon core, confirming it had completely lost its activity. Cleanly handled. Shirakami Kaide, you controlled the power of that final punch very well. Shirakami Kaide dismissed the gauntlet, breathing slightly heavily, a smile appearing on his face. His first team combat experience felt pretty good. However, just as everyone's guard relaxed slightly, preparing to pack up and leave, Shirakami Kaide's pupils contracted sharply. The passive ability of clairvoyance to foresee the future was triggered. An extremely brief, fragmented scene violently flooded his mind. The bleak moonlight leaking through the broken roof of the abandoned warehouse, Rias's startled profile as she turned her head, a searing, blinding beam of light materializing out of thin air, Rias's body being pierced, blood splattering, her slowly collapsing. President! Watch out! Shirakami Kaide shouted, simultaneously activating his skill without a second thought. Area stasis. LV1. The flow of time within a 5-meter radius instantly became extremely slow. He could see Akino turning her head in confusion, Yuto alertly drawing his sword, and Kaneko tensing her body, all in slow motion. He could also see Rias beginning to turn slightly in response to his shout. But further away, that lethal, scorching beam had already been silently fired from the shadows outside the warehouse. It was now slowly but relentlessly shooting towards the spot where Rias had originally been standing. According to its trajectory, even if Rias turned, she wouldn't avoid a vital hit. Without time to think, Shirakami Kaide erupted with all his speed within the time-stopped zone, charging towards Rias. He slammed hard into Rias, tackling her forward and sideways. The two of them crashed heavily onto the cold, rough concrete floor. At the exact moment their bodies hit the ground. Snap! The area stasis effect reached its limit. Boom! The beam of light grazed past the tips of Rias's flying hair, smashing violently into the spot where she had stood half a second before. The concrete floor was blasted open into a charred crater, rubble flying like bullets in all directions. Rias, Fu! The cries of alarm from Akino, Yuto, and Kaneko finally rang out. The three instantly entered their highest state of alert, surging magic power pouring forth as they shielded the two fallen figures. Cough. I'm fine. Rias quickly got up with Shirakami Kaide's support, her purple eyes burning with anger and lingering fear. She glanced at the charred crater on the ground, then gave a deep look at Shirakami Kaide, whose face had paled. Shirakami Kaide, you. Tisk tisk tisk, such a touching display of master and servant devotion. A male voice, laced with mockery, frivolity, and a hint of madness and impatience, came from the shadows near the warehouse entrance. Waited so patiently for the kittens to finish cleaning up the trash, the perfect moment when your guard was at its lowest, and it was ruined by a little mouse. How did you see it? Interesting, truly interesting. The moonlight shifted, illuminating two figures slowly stepping out from the shadows. Leading was a young man wearing a tattered black priest's robe, with messy white short hair. An exaggerated, twisted smile hung on his face, but his eyes were as cold as a viper's. He was toying with a strangely shaped long sword made of pure power of light. Fried Selzen, an excommunicated fallen priest, a pure killing maniac. And when Shirakami Kaide saw the girl following half a step behind him, head bowed, hands nervously clutching the hem of her nun's habit, with soft golden hair and sapphire blue eyes, his own eyes widened in an instant. Asia Argento. The kind-hearted girl who possessed the healing sacred gear smile of the mother and was excommunicated by the church for healing a demon. Shirakami Kaide never expected to meet her under such circumstances, on the enemy's side. Asia at this moment was pale, her eyes timid and uneasy, like a frightened fawn, a stark contrast to the dangerous priest in front. Rias, being extremely perceptive, immediately grasped the key point from Fried's words. Suppressing her anger, she questioned coldly, that demon's rampage, was it your doing? Bingo. Correct. Fried spread his arms, his face showing an expression intoxicated with showcasing his cruel handiwork. That poor wretch was an illegal stowaway I picked up at the edge of the underworld. It just wanted to sneak into the human world to hide from debts, such a humble wish. His tone suddenly turned excited and cruel. But how could I let such a fine toy go? I cornered it in a cave, used this, holy light. He shook the light sword in his hand, little by little, slowly, cut off the tips of its wings, sliced open its skin, watched it fear, beg, and finally go mad. I played with it for a full 3 days. Only then did I drive it to complete madness and guide it to this perfect stage. So, how's my script? Using one demon's insanity to lure out another group of demons, then. Bam! When you're most relaxed. He made an exploding gesture and laughed heartily. His detailed description, coupled with that twisted expression, sent chills down the spine. Is what you're saying true? A trembling, disbelieving voice rang out. It was Asia. She looked up, her sapphire blue eyes filled with shock, pain, and a hint of betrayed anger, staring at Fried's back. You said that demon attacked us, you just injured it, and it fled here on its own, didn't you? You promised me you wouldn't harm any life without reason anymore. Even if it was a demon. Fried's laughter cut off abruptly. He turned his head somewhat impatiently, looking at Asia, his tone laced with sarcasm. Hey, little nun Asia, have you got something wrong? When did I ever promise you such a boring thing? Don't forget, you're just like me now, a heretic, a witch, kicked out by the Holy Church. You're, mother of mercy, heart means jack shit in the eyes of those high and mighty big shots. You were excommunicated for saving a demon, but now you're upset about toying with another demon. Ha ha ha, your contradictory self is truly amusing. Asia looked as if struck by lightning, her face deathly pale. She staggered back a step, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Immense pain and cognitive shock made her almost unable to stand steady. She healed demons because she believed all life was equal. Fried tortured and killed demons merely for amusement. These were fundamentally different things. But her chaotic thoughts and Friedrich's oppressive words left her powerless to argue, and she could only close her eyes in pain, her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest. Friedrich watched Asia's reaction with satisfaction before refocusing his attention on Rias's group, the killing intent in his eyes recongealing. He took a casual yet opening-filled offensive stance, pointing his light sword at everyone. However, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he suddenly looked up at the moonlight-illuminated night sky through the damaged roof of the warehouse and shouted impatiently. Hey, you birdmen spectators up there. Have you seen enough of the show? You're not planning to follow my lead and wait until we're both exhausted to swoop in and launch a sneak attack, are you? If you want to collaborate, show some sincerity. Or is it that you fallen angels also like to play these underhanded tricks? What? Rias and the others were startled and immediately looked up. Above the damaged warehouse roof, under the moonlight, three figures slowly descended and hovered in midair. Leading them was Rainer, who had a pair of pitch-black crow wings, wore revealing clothes, and had a cruel smile on her face. Behind her followed two other fallen angels who also emitted a formidable aura. Oh my, we've been discovered. Rainer giggled, but her gaze was firmly locked on Shirakami Kaide below, her scarlet tongue licking her lips. I originally wanted to see how far Father Friedrich's performance could go, but never mind. That boy. She pointed at Shirakami Kaide, her eyes overflowing with killing intent and greed. Is my prey. His life, and that toy on his arm, I'm taking them. The others, you can handle as you wish. The three factions formed a strange standoff at this moment. Friedrich and the fallen angels had clearly reached some sort of cooperation, with the occult research club as their target. Asia, her face pale, looked at the two sides on the verge of conflict, then at Shirakami Kaide and the others who were protecting Rias in the middle, her eyes filled with confusion and struggle. She subconsciously took a few steps back, away from Friedrich, her hands tightly clasped in prayer at her chest, her lips moving silently as if performing a final prayer. Inside the warehouse, killing intent permeated the air, and magic and power of light surged secretly. Surrounded in the center, Rias took a deep breath, her crimson hair fluttering without wind, as destructive magic began to gather in her palms. Dangerous lightning jumped around Akino, more demonic swords of various shapes appeared beside Yuto, and Kaneko lowered her stance, her demonic power condensing in her petite body. Shirakami Kaide activated the boosted gear again, a blazing red glow lighting up his left arm. He forced himself to calm down, his brain working rapidly as his gaze swept over Friedrich, Rainer, and the bewildered Asia. The battle was about to break out. Do it! Rias gave a sharp cry, and the destructive magic in her palm turned into a rapidly spinning deep red magic bullet, which she fired first at Rainer in the air. HMPH. Rainer flapped her black wings and easily dodged it. At the same time, she waved her hands, and 7 or 8 spears of light fell like driving rain, covering the area where Rias and Shirakami Kaide were. I'll kill this little princess of the Grimoire family first, and then slowly take care of my little pet. Akino, leave those two fallen angels to you. Yuto, Kaneko, pin down that crazy priest. Shirakami Kaide, let's go. Rias made an instant decision. Several small magic circles appeared around her, firing scarlet magic beams that precisely intercepted most of the spears of light. At the same time, she moved nimbly through the area, heading towards a more open space in the warehouse, trying to lead Rainer away from the others. Understood. Akino smiled charmingly, but her eyes instantly became as sharp as lightning. She formed hand seals, and the lightning around her suddenly became violent. Thunder Emperor summoning. Several thick blue-white lightning pillars erupted from beneath her feet. They weren't for attacking, but formed a fast-moving lightning barrier, enveloping her and the two descending fallen angels, forcibly partitioning the battlefield. You fool devil woman! One fallen angel roared, condensing a spear of light to pierce the lightning barrier, only to be blocked and repelled by the violent lightning. Electric snakes crawled up the spear, making his arm go numb. Don't underestimate fallen angels. The other fallen angel swept past from the flank at high speed, throwing out several flying blades of light. Akino's figure flickered like a ghost within the lightning, easily dodging them, and she pointed back. Lightning arrow. Several compressed lightning arrows counterattacked at an even faster speed, forcing the fallen angel to dodge clumsily. Akino took on two enemies at once, and with her exquisite lightning magic and battlefield control, she temporarily held her own. On the other side, Friedrich, seeing Kiba Yuto and Kaneko Tuju rushing towards him, was delighted rather than surprised, the twisted smile on his face becoming even more brilliant. Oh, a knight and a tiny kitten. A nice combination. Let me see what color your blood is. Cut the crap. Yuto's eyes were cold. He felt nothing but disgust for such a twisted being who enjoyed killing for pleasure. Three demonic swords of different shapes instantly appeared beside him, a broad-bladed heavy sword, a long and thin rapier, and a curved scimitar. Sword birth. Triple strike. The three demonic swords were not fired simultaneously, but in sequence and from different angles, like living venomous snakes, locking down Friedrich's space to dodge. Interesting. Friedrich swung his light sword in a dazzling arc. Holy light, protect me. A simple light shield condensed in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The demonic swords struck the light shield, making crisp sounds. The light shield fluctuated violently but did not break. However, Yuto's attack was just a feint. The moment Friedrich blocked the demonic swords, Kaneko's petite figure, like a hunting leopard, silently appeared in his blind spot, her fierce whip kick striking hard at his knee joint. If this kick landed, it would be enough to shatter his leg bone. Hey! Friedrich seemed to have anticipated it. His other empty hand slid a short light dagger from his sleeve, precisely counter-stabbing at Kaneko's ankle. The angle was tricky, and the speed was extremely fast. Kaneko's pupils contracted slightly, and she forcibly twisted her body in midair, narrowly avoiding the dagger. But her attack was also neutralized, and she landed lightly before jumping back, forming a pincer formation with Yuto. Good reaction, little kitty. Friedrich flicked his light sword, his eyes becoming even more excited. But the game has only just begun. He took the initiative to attack, his light sword waving a large screen of light, while his left hand occasionally flicked a few drops of holy water towards Yuto and Kaneko. That holy water was highly corrosive to devils, and Yuto and Kaneko had to deal with it more cautiously. For a time, they were slightly suppressed by Friedrich's wild and bizarre fighting style. Meanwhile, in the main battlefield, the battle between Rias and Shirakami Kaide against Rainer was the most intense. Rainer hovered in midair, holding the height advantage. Spears of light, rain of light, whip of light, all kinds of power of light attacks poured down like a storm, covering a wide area. Rias, relying on her powerful magic as a high-class devil and her exquisite magic skills, propped up magic shields one after another, constantly firing destructive magic bullets in response. But Rainer's mobility was too high, and most of the attacks were either dodged or detonated in midair. Shirakami Kaide was under immense pressure. On the ground, it was difficult for him to directly attack Rainer in the air. He could only use mirror reflection to copy their long-range attacks and launch occasional sneak attacks. Due to his low magic reserves and the boost he had performed against the previous devil, he was now in a cooldown period. Therefore, most of the time, he used static gaze under Rias's cover to interfere with Rainer's attack rhythm, or used area stasis to buy a moment for himself and Rias to dodge fatal attacks. His passive ability to foresee the future triggered intermittently, providing 1 or 2 seconds of danger warning, allowing him to repeatedly alert Rias at critical moments or evade attacks himself. Boost. Boost. He activated the gauntlet once more, channeling the multiplied power into enhancing his speed and reactions, weaving through the hail of projectiles. Annoying little rat. All you do is dodge. Rainer, frustrated by her inability to land a hit and further infuriated by Shirakami Kaide's bizarre premonitions, felt her killing intent intensify. She suddenly ceased the wide area bombardment, raising both hands high. A vast amount of power of light gathered above her head, condensing into an increasingly bright and terrifying sphere of light. Careful. She's charging a high-powered attack. Rias's expression changed. She could sense the terrifying energy contained within that light sphere. Sacred purification impact. Turn to ash. Rainer shrieked, hurling the blinding light sphere, over 2 meters in diameter, down at the two below. Before the sphere even arrived, its scorching, purifying intent distorted the air and began melting the ground. Can't dodge it. Shirakami Kaide's premonition frantically warned him that no matter which direction he dodged, he would be caught in the blast's periphery. He hesitated no longer, activating area stasis at full power. The falling light sphere immediately became suspended. Shirakami Kaide did not attempt to flee. Instead, he abruptly scooped up Rias beside him in a waist carry and lunged backward with all his might, simultaneously shielding them both from above with his left arm clad in the gauntlet, which had just finished its multiplication. Shirakami Kaide, you! Rias exclaimed in shock. The time stop ended. Boom! A world-shaking explosion. The entire abandoned warehouse shook violently, bricks and stones raining down, as blinding white light swallowed everything. Shirakami Kaide, President Akino, Yuto, and Kaneko, locked in their own fierce battles, felt their hearts leap into their throats. The light gradually faded. In the center of the warehouse, a massive crater had been blasted. At the crater's edge, Shirakami Kaide was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. The clothes on his back were torn, revealing skin scorched by the blast's aftermath, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. But Rias, whom he had shielded beneath him, was miraculously unharmed by direct damage, aside from being covered in dust and grime. He actually blocked it. Rainer hovered in the air, disbelief flashing across her face for the first time. Although it was only the edge of the blast's power, it was still a charged attack from her. A lower-class devil servant, relying on a newly activated sacred gear, had actually managed to protect another person. Rias quickly extricated herself from beneath Shirakami Kaide and stood up. Seeing the cracks on his arm's gauntlet and the wounds on his back, a flicker of heartache and deeper anger passed through her eyes. Shirakami Kaide, I'm fine. President, watch out. Shirakami Kaide gritted his teeth and stood up. The jewel on his gauntlet glowed red once more. Though sharp pain shot through his arm, the multiplied power remained. What a stubborn cockroach. Rainer, furious beyond measure, was about to launch another attack. Lady Rainer. Behind you. A male fallen angel entangled with Akino suddenly screamed a warning. Rainer jolted in alarm, twisting her body sideways just as a deep crimson, highly condensed beam of destruction magic energy shot past, grazing the edge of her wing. It was Rias. Taking advantage of the breathing room Shirakami Kaide had bought, she had silently prepared a stronger counterattack. You dare! Rainer was both shocked and enraged. Her wing was grazed, blood flowing from the wound. Now, a flash of fierceness crossed Shirakami Kaide's eyes. Ignoring the pain in his left arm, he activated it again. Static gaze. LV2. Target, Rainer. Although her strength far surpassed his, diminishing the time stops effect drastically, even a moment of stiffness would be enough. The air around Rainer's body instantly grew viscous. Her movements visibly slowed for a beat, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. For a master like Rias, this momentary opening was fatal. Magic of destruction, devour her. Rias's second wave of attacks, long prepared, followed immediately. No longer a beam, but dozens of deep crimson magic missiles, seemingly alive, shot from various tricky angles towards the temporarily slowed Rainer. Rainer shrieked, desperately swinging shields of power of light in her wings to block, but how could she fully defend in such haste? Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted on and around her body. She was sent tumbling through the air. Her black leather outfit was torn in multiple places, revealing charred wounds beneath. Blood splattered, and her aura instantly weakened considerably. Success. Shirakami Kaide's heart surged with joy. However, at that very moment, thud. A muffled sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh, accompanied by a suppressed groan of pain, came from Akino's combat area. Akino staggered back a few steps, her face pale. Embedded deep in her left shoulder blade was a dagger of light. The dagger was buried deep, and a sizzling sound came from the wound as the power of light corroded her demonic body. In order to seize the chance to seriously injure one fallen angel, she had taken a sneak attack from another fallen angel's blind spot. Senior Akino. Shirakami Kaide cried out in alarm. I'm okay. Gritting her teeth, Akino gathered lightning in her right hand and directly electrocuted the dagger's hilt, temporarily dispersing the light energy and shattering the dagger. However, the wound remained gruesome, and her aura noticeably weakened. The fallen angel she had heavily injured had collapsed, losing the ability to fight, but the remaining fallen angel, seeing his companion's success, intensified his attacks with even greater frenzy. On the other side, Yuto and Kaniko's situation was also far from optimistic. Friedrich, that madman, possessed extremely rich combat experience and employed endless tricks, alternating between holy water, light swords, and even some strange church artifacts. Yuto's demon sword was entangled by his bizarre light sword techniques, and Kaniko was kept at bay by his precise, long-range holy water harassment. Yuto's arm was slashed open by a light sword, and Kaniko's leg was burned by a splash of holy water. The entire battle situation took a sudden, drastic turn for the worse because of Akino's injury. Although injured, Rainer, seeing this scene, began to laugh maniacally again. Ha ha ha. See. This is the price of opposing us. Today, all of you will die here. The sacred gear is mine. Ignoring her wounds, she began gathering power of light once more, targeting the injured Akino and the weakened Rias and Shirakami Kaide. Friedrich also grinned viciously, increasing the pressure on Yuto and Kaniko. Looks like I'll be getting the first blood over here. Just as the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Stop. A trembling yet clear voice, tinged with sobs, rang out from a corner of the warehouse. Asia, who had been hiding in the corner, had stood up at some point. Her face was full of fear and inner turmoil, but her hands were tightly clasped together in front of her chest. She looked at the injured Akino, at Yuto and Kaniko struggling to hold on, at Shirakami Kaide, covered in blood yet still shielding Rias, and then at the frenzied Rainer and Friedrich. Then, she resolutely stretched her hands forward. The flickering green light around her suddenly stabilized and expanded. Smile of the mother twilight healing. A gentle, warm emerald green halo spread out from Asia, instantly enveloping Shirakami Kaide, as well as the nearby Rias, Yuto, and Kaniko who were affected by the tendrils. The moment he was bathed in the green light, the intense pain from the light energy corrosion on Shirakami Kaide's shoulder rapidly subsided, and the wound visibly healed. The chaotic magic power within his body instantly calmed, and his mind cleared. Rias and the others also felt their depleted magic power replenished, and negative status effects were dispelled. Wah! What is this? Friedrich's pupils contracted, then he erupted in fury. Asia! You traitor! How dare you help devils? Rainer also stared at Asia in shock, a flicker of greed flashing in her eyes. A healing-type sacred gear, and such a powerful one. Asia's delicate body trembled slightly, but meeting Friedrich's predatory gaze and the astonished looks of everyone on the battlefield, she summoned the greatest courage of her life and shouted firmly, though her voice carried a sob. I am not a traitor. I just don't want to see any more senseless harm and killing. Mr. Friedrich, you're wrong. Miss Fallen Angel, you're all wrong. They aren't monsters who only know how to kill. Her intervention was like a drop of ice water falling into a boiling pot of oil. The situation took another unexpected turn. Feeling his nearly healed body and overflowing energy, Shirakami Kaide glanced at the blonde nun emitting a warm green light in the darkness. His lips curled into a bright smile despite being stained with blood. Thanks, Miss Nun. He didn't call her Asia directly, mainly because he technically didn't know her yet. Asia. You fool traitor. I'll tear you to pieces. Seeing this, Friedrich was both shocked and enraged, his twisted face showing a look of exasperated fury for the first time. He knew that with that healing sacred gear present, a war of attrition would be absolutely disadvantageous for him. He now deeply regretted bringing this dead weight along. Not only had she failed to help, but she had also defected at the last moment. He feinted with his sword, forcing back Yuto, whose movements were slightly sluggish as his magic power had just stabilized, and scanned the room with a sinister gaze. Finally, his eyes locked onto Asia, who was pale and leaning against a wall, panting from overusing her healing abilities. If it weren't for her killing intent instantly coalesced. Friederic's left hand inconspicuously reached for his waist and suddenly flicked, sending a dark, cold light shooting silently toward the defenseless Asia. It was a dagger coated in potent poison and anti-magic runes. Watch out! Kaneko, who was rushing toward Friedrich, caught the cold light in her peripheral vision. Without hesitation, she forcibly twisted her body, exploding with her limit of speed to shield Asia with her petite frame. Poochie. The dagger sank deep into Kaneko's left shoulder. The anti-magic runes on the blade activated instantly, corroding the demonic power within her, while the numbness from the poison spread rapidly. Kaneko let out a muffled groan, her small body swaying. Ah! Asia cried out in shock. Seeing the little girl who had blocked the attack for her with a dagger in her shoulder, a wave of immense guilt and a warm sense of being protected crashed against her heart. Ignoring the dizziness and weakness from her nearly depleted magic power, she reached out with trembling hands again, and the emerald green healing light surged desperately toward Kaneko's wound. Don't worry about me, stop him first. Kaneko gritted her teeth, her face turning slightly blue from the toxin, but her eyes remained sharp as she looked toward Friedrich. Yuto had been forced back by Friedrich's kick earlier. Now, his eyes were nearly splitting with rage as he watched Friedrich take advantage of the opening to pull out a small silver-white metal ball covered in spatial runes. A spatial escape orb. Friedrich, you're trying to run. Yuto roared, and several demon swords shot out, attempting to interrupt the other's actions. Ha ha ha. The game ends here for now. You demon brats, and you, Asia, you traitor, we'll meet again. Friedrich laughed maniacally and suddenly crushed the silver-white orb in his hand. A blinding white light instantly enveloped him, and space distorted violently. Don't even think about it. Yuto's demon sword slashed into the white light, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. A second later, the light and Friedrich's figure vanished completely from the warehouse, leaving only the echo of his crazed laughter. Yuto punched the nearby wall hard. Friedrich's decisive escape caused the battle situation to shift instantly. In the air, Rainer, who had been locked in combat with Akeno, took it all in. She looked at Asia, who was weak and using all her strength to treat Kaneko, then at Rias and Shirakami Kaide below, whose attention was slightly diverted by Friedrich's escape. A light of greed and calculation flickered rapidly in her eyes. Friedrich had run, but the little nun with the powerful healing sacred gear was still there. If she could kidnap her, not only could she make up for tonight's losses, but she would also gain a strategic level sacred gear. As for that kid Shirakami Kaide and his boosted gear, as long as she had the nun, was she worried about not getting a chance to catch him alone? Her mind made up, Rainer's eyes filled with killing intent. She suddenly unleashed a powerful storm of power of light, temporarily forcing back Akeno and the magic bullets fired by Rias in an attempt to intercept her. The black wings on her back erupted with unprecedented speed, and like a bolt of black lightning, she dived straight toward the defenseless Asia below, who was still treating Kaneko. Asia. Watch out. Akeno and Rias's warnings rang out almost simultaneously, but Rainer's desperate dive was too fast and her angle too tricky. At that moment, Shirakami Kaide proactively activated his precognition. He concentrated intensely, and a clear image of the next second flooded his mind. Rainer's hideous smile, her claws of power of light reaching for the back of Asia's neck, Kaneko trying to stand but slowed by the poison, Rias and Akeno's attacks unable to catch up. He couldn't let her succeed. President. Shirakami Kaide shouted to Rias, I'm requesting promotion. Queen Peace. Now. Immediately. In the rules of Devil Pieces, a pawn can promote to any piece except the king upon reaching the enemy territory or meeting specific conditions, gaining corresponding ability bonuses. And the queen is the piece with the strongest comprehensive ability and highest mobility on the board, usually symbolizing a massive leap in magic power, strength, or special abilities. Hearing Shirakami Kaide's shout, Rias's eyes also instantly caught Rainer's lethal trajectory. But from his current position, what could he do? Time seemed to stretch. Rias looked into Shirakami Kaide's eyes, which were burning with the fire of determination. She stopped thinking and chose to trust him. Promotion granted. Rias's voice echoed through the warehouse. Simultaneously, the devil peace contract link between her and Shirakami Kaide fluctuated violently, and a higher level of authority and power from Rias's very origin was temporarily granted. External rule authority intervention detected. Devil peace, pawn, status changing. Temporary promotion to Queen, peace. Obtained traits. Extremely high magic capacity boost, significantly increased magic control precision, temporary enhancement of all attributes. Current state is highly resonating with Servant, Queen, Himahima Akino. Obtained temporary abilities. Partial, Miko of Thunder, magic traits and access to a massive magic pool. Womb. Shirakami Kaide felt as if some shackles within his body had been shattered. A vast, sea-like magic power, carrying a familiar tingling sensation, surged into his parched magic circuits like a bursting dam. It was Akino's pure and violent lightning element magic power. Although he was only drawing on it temporarily, its total volume and quality were far beyond his current level. Now, light exploded from Shirakami Kaide's eyes, and the boosted gear on his left arm emitted an unprecedentedly fierce red glow, as if it were about to catch fire. Boost. 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 It was no longer 6 times, but 10 consecutive boosts. Under the massive magic base and ultra-high control precision brought by the Queen Piece, the terrifying power of the 10-fold increase was like a tamed prehistoric beast, flooding into his limbs and every skill circuit with unprecedented efficiency and controllability. Fine beads of blood began to seep from the surface of his body as his capillaries endured immense pressure, but he ignored it. Za Warudo. He used the magic power from the 10 boosts to activate area stasis. Immediately after, with him as the center, an invisible time stop, far beyond any previous attempt, instantly swept through the entire warehouse, even encompassing a small area outside. Everything inside the warehouse froze instantly. Rainer was suspended in midair in a diving pounce, a cruel smile on her face. Rias and Akino wore expressions of anxiety, desperately channeling magic to intercept her. Kaneko struggled to turn, attempting to protect Asia. Asia, her face filled with fear and determination, continued to release the green healing light. Yudo was preparing to pursue another fallen angel. Even the dust floating in the air, the splattered rubble, and the flickering magical embers, everything froze into a static, eerie tableau. In this space, only Shirakami Kaide remained able to think and act. There was no time to hesitate. His gaze locked onto the frozen Rainer in the air. Mirror reflection operated at full power. With the ultra-high magic control precision provided by the Queen Piece, and the support of Akino's pure magic, a solid, brilliant spear of light, radiating a pure yet lethal glow, condensed in his hand. Its form and energy fluctuations were identical to the ones Rainer had used before. He raised this spear of light, infused with massive magic power, aimed it at the center of Rainer's back in the air, and threw it with all his might. The spear of light left his hand, drawing a straight and brilliant trail of light in the frozen time-space, coming to a silent halt less than half a meter from Rainer's back. Time resumed its flow. Whoosh! Only then did the fierce whistle of the spear of light breaking through the air violently resound. Its speed was so fast and its power so great that Rainer, who had just recovered from the time stop and hadn't yet fully grasped what had happened, only felt a lethal crisis that made her soul tremble attacking from behind. The cruel smile on her face instantly froze, turning into boundless horror. Relying on battle instinct, she tried her best to dodge to the side while looking back. But it was too late. The spear of light, which condensed 10 times the boosted magic, Akino's specialized magic, and mirror reflection, seemed to leap across space. The moment she turned her head, it accurately and coldly pierced through her chest. Poochie. It didn't give her any chance to scream. Boom. Inside Rainer's pierced body, that highly concentrated, terrifying magic power exploded violently. Dazzling white light mixed with crimson dragon flames and blue-white lightning exploded violently above the warehouse, centered on her body like a miniature sun. The dark night was instantly illuminated, as if broad daylight had suddenly arrived. A violent energy shockwave swept out, completely blowing away the already dilapidated roof of the warehouse, scattering bricks and rubble. In that extreme light, Rainer's final expression froze on her face, a mixture of disbelief, overwhelming rage, and finally, a despair and unwillingness that turned into nothingness. Her body, along with those pitch-black wings, rapidly turned into countless motes of light in this destructive glow, like burning pieces of paper, and completely dissipated into the night wind. The fallen angel, Rainer, had fallen. This earth-shattering blow not only killed Rainer but also completely terrified the remaining two fallen angels. They watched as their leader was reduced to ashes without even letting out a scream. A devil. Run. The two didn't dare stay for even a second. They didn't even bother to cover each other, flapping their wings with all their might and fleeing for their lives in two different directions like stray dogs, instantly disappearing into the night. The powerful enemies were either dead or fled. An eerie silence fell over the warehouse, broken only by the sound of the wind caused by the energy aftermath and the rustle of rubble hitting the ground. Success. A relieved smile just barely appeared on Shirakami Kaide's face. I've been wanting to say that line for a long time. In the next moment, the terrifying force that had been supporting him, which he had forcibly fused and utilized, instantly backfired. PFF'd. He violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, which even contained some fragments of internal organs. His vision went black in waves, his ears buzzed, and every inch of bone, every muscle, and every magic circuit in his body transmitted an excruciating pain as if being crushed bit by bit. The load of 10 boosts, the burden of using the Queen piece, beyond his level, the consumption of forcibly activating the overspec time stop and mirror reflection, and finally the backlash from his magic being drained, all the damage stacked together, completely breaking his body. He couldn't even say another word. His body swayed, the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed, and like a puppet with its strings cut, he fell straight forward onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shirakami Kaide. Rias's cry carried an unprecedented terror. Little by Shufeng. The composure on Akino's face vanished for the first time, replaced by anxiety. Shirakawa Kaide kun. Yuto also rushed over. Hey! Even the injured Kaneko struggled to look over, her eyes full of worry. Asia stared blankly at the boy who had burst forth with earth-shattering power to save them, but who now lay in a pool of blood with his life or death unknown. Tears instantly blurred her vision. She stumbled over, ignoring the dizziness and weakness caused by the complete exhaustion of her magic. She knelt beside Shirakami Kaide, her hands trembling as she desperately tried to activate Smile of the Mother again. However, the healing power within her was already as weak as a candle in the wind. The green light flickered a few times before powerlessly going out. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm just too useless. Asia sobbed uncontrollably, a massive sense of self-blame almost drowning her. Rias quickly checked Shirakami Kaide's condition, her face turning incredibly grim. His aura was weak to the extreme, the magic in his body was chaotic and violent, multiple internal organs were ruptured, and his meridians were severely damaged. This injury was 100 times worse than she had imagined. We must take him back immediately. Use the highest grade healing magic circle. Rias made a decisive judgment, her voice somewhat hoarse from suppressed anxiety. Akino, contact Sona, seal off this area, and clean up the traces. Yuto, stay on alert. Kaneko, Sister Asia, you too. She glanced at the injured Kaneko and the magic depleted, sobbing Asia. Come back with us first. She carefully used magic to lift the unconscious, blood-covered Shirakami Kaide, as if holding a fragile, rare treasure. Her eyes were full of lingering fear, heartache, and a deep-seated flutter that even she hadn't fully realized. This servant, who always had an improper smile but stepped forward time and again at critical moments, this boy who was full of mysteries yet entrusted his back to them, nothing could happen to him. In the night, the members of the Occult Research Club, carrying the wounded and the broken nun, quickly evacuated the ruins that had just experienced a tragic battle. Silence returned to the warehouse, with only the lingering energy glow in the air and the mottled bloodstains on the ground telling of the heart-stopping reversal of the desperate situation just now. Consciousness was like fragments sinking at the bottom of a dark sea, slowly, bit by bit, floating upward. The first thing to recover was his hearing. It was a fragmented electronic notification sound in his mind, as if coming from a distant land. Experience points plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 5. Lust value plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 15. Plus. Points plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 15. Injuries being repaired. Magic circuits being reshaped. These sounds were cluttered and continuous, accompanied by a sense of comfort as if soaking in a warm spring, dispelling the severe pain and fatigue deep within his limbs and bones. Shirakami Kaide tried hard to concentrate, but his eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In a daze, he seemed to barely pry open a sliver of a gap. In his blurry vision, lights and shadows flickered. There seemed to be two graceful figures swaying slightly very close by, their movements gentle, bringing the warm touch of skin-to-skin contact and a reassuring, familiar fragrance. There were low-voiced, indistinct whispers and murmurs, sounding like comfort and also like a confession. He wanted to see more clearly, but heavy drowsiness surged back like a tide, dragging him back into the dark dreamland. Only before completely losing consciousness, that warm and soft touch seemed to become clearer, as if someone was gently holding him in their arms. When he regained consciousness again, the first thing he felt was the extreme softness and comfort beneath him, as if he were lying on a cloud. A faint and familiar fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. It was the scent unique to Rias's room. Shirakami Kaide slowly opened his eyes, and what met his sight was the dark red wooden bed canopy carved with the Grimoire family crest pattern. Here, again, he murmured to himself, his memories gradually returning, the abandoned warehouse, the tragic battle, 10 times boost, the time-stop finishing blow, and finally that heart-wrenching backlash and darkness. He wasn't dead. And, it seemed he had been brought back to Rias's bedroom again. He tried to move a finger. Although he was still somewhat weak and powerless, that severe pain like his meridians were about to burst had disappeared, and although the magic power in his body was weak, it was steadily circulating and recovering on its own. It seemed his injuries had received excellent treatment. He gently tilted his head, wanting to see the situation in the room. Then, his movements, along with his breathing and thoughts, froze instantly. Beside him, within arm's reach, Rias was lying on her side, fast asleep. And she was completely naked. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, softly spilling onto her uncovered, jade-like body, as if draping her in a layer of holy yet seductive light veil. Her long hair, as red and passionate as fire, was somewhat messily spread across the dark pillows, with a few strands of hair sticking to her smooth forehead and her slightly flushed cheeks. Her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes casting quiet shadows under her eyelids, her breathing even and long. She had shed her usual pride and majesty, her sleeping face as pure as a defenseless young girl. His gaze moved downward uncontrollably. Rounded, fair shoulders, delicate collarbones, and further down, were those two exquisite snow peaks that remained towering and proud even while lying flat. A slender waist that one could almost wrap a hand around, a flat and smooth lower abdomen, where the pinkish-purple succubus crest quietly existed. Further down, Shirakami Kaide only felt a boom in his brain, blood seemingly rushing all the way to the top of his head, his cheeks instantly scalding, his heartbeat like a drum. He hurriedly looked away, but couldn't help being drawn back again. Seemingly sensing his overly burning gaze and disordered breathing, Rias's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her newly awakened eyes carried a bit of hazy mist, but when she clearly saw Shirakami Kaide right next to her, his face flushed red, his gaze shifting and unable to stop peeking, that layer of mist was quickly replaced by shock, shyness, and an indescribable relaxation and joy. A brief standoff. To Shirakami Kaide's surprise, Rias did not frantically pull up the quilt to cover herself or get embarrassed and angry like last time. After the initial shock passed, although the flush on her face deepened, her eyes looked straight at him, a complex light flickering within them. There was the relief after worry faded, the joy of regaining something lost, a thick lingering fear, and a trace of tenderness that he could understand. Shirakami Kaide, you're finally awake. In the next second, under the impact of immense joy, Rias completely forgot about their current, honest meeting. She almost instinctively reached out her arms and tightly hugged the still dazed Shirakami Kaide. Warm fragrance and soft jade instantly filled his arms. In particular, his face was deeply and solidly buried between those two extremely soft, full, and elastic snow peaks. The amazing sensation and pleasant body fragrance instantly submerged him. MMPH. President. I can't breathe. Shirakami Kaide struggled with a muffled voice. This happiness came too suddenly and was also too heavy. Only then did Rias realize her actions and their current state. She hurriedly released him, but her hands still rested on his shoulders. Her face was covered in crimson clouds, but her eyes were startlingly bright, carefully sizing him up from top to bottom as if confirming whether he was truly intact. Sorry. I was just too happy. Rias's voice carried a hint of trembling. It was an emotion released after long suppressed worry. You were unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights, your injuries were terrifyingly heavy, even Sister Asia's healing sacred gear couldn't fully take effect temporarily because her magic power was exhausted, we almost thought. She couldn't go on, only holding his hand tightly, her fingertips a bit cold. Feeling her genuine worry and lingering fear, the amorous atmosphere in Shirakami Kaide's heart also dissipated a lot. He held her slightly cool hand back and looked seriously into her eyes. President, I said it before. Protecting you is what I should do. For you, and for everyone, in that situation, I had to do it, and I was willing to do it. His gaze was clear and firm, without half a regret. Rias stared blankly at him, looking at her own somewhat disheveled yet incredibly real reflection in his eyes. The figure of him roaring to apply for promotion in the warehouse, the decisive throw of the light spear during the time stop, and finally falling covered in blood, overlapped with the youth before her whose first act upon waking was to comfort her. A string that had been tight somewhere in the depths of her heart quietly loosened. A certain emotion that had been suppressed for a long time, which even she herself had never clearly examined, was like a seedling breaking through the soil, no longer possible to ignore. The air in the room seemed to become thick and warm. After a moment of silence, Rias suddenly lowered her head and said in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible, yet incredibly clear. Shirakami Kaide. I seem to. She raised her head, her eyes shimmering with watery light, carrying an unprecedented honesty and a trace of shyness. Like you. Before her words even finished, as if she had made some sort of decision, she closed her eyes, her cheeks carrying an intoxicating flush, and actively leaned toward Shirakami Kaide's lips, gently kissing him. Soft, moist, carrying a trace of green trembling, yet incredibly real. Shirakami Kaide's brain went blank for a moment, and then immense joy exploded in his heart like fireworks. Without any hesitation, he reached out his arms and tightly hugged Rias's warm, soft, and smooth naked body into his embrace, responding to her kiss passionately and tenderly. The two embraced naked, kissing passionately on the bed, exchanging each other's breath and emotions, as if wanting to melt the worry and fear of these past 2 days into this kiss. However, this amorous moment did not last long. Oh my Tilda, it seems I haven't come at the right time. Or should I say, it's exactly the right time. A gentle voice carrying thick banter and laughter rang out at the door without any warning. Shirakami Kaide and Rias snapped apart like startled rabbits. Only to see Himahima Akino leaning against the doorframe at some point, her face wearing that signature gentle yet mischievous smile, looking with great interest at the two on the bed who were tightly embracing and stark naked. Rias instantly became so ashamed that even her neck turned red. She instinctively wanted to pull up the quilt, but most of the quilt was pinned under the two of them, and for a moment she couldn't move it. Akino, however, had no intention of avoiding them at all. Instead, she walked in with elegant steps and conveniently closed the door. She was only wearing a thin silk nightgown, her beautiful curves faintly visible. She walked to the bedside, looking at Shirakami Kaide, whose blush hadn't yet faded and whose eyes were still a bit dazed. She suddenly gave a light laugh, reached out her slender hand, and gently pushed Rias's shoulder. President, let me borrow him for a bit Tilda. Before Rias and Shirakami Kaide could even react, Akino actually sat sideways on the bed, leaned down, and under their startled gazes, took the initiative to kiss Shirakami Kaide's lips. This kiss was different from Rias's shy initiative. It carried Akino's unique gentleness, with passion and provocation hidden beneath, making it deeper and more tantalizing. Shirakami Kaide's pupils dilated instantly, and he was completely stunned. Akino kissed him too. After the kiss ended, Akino pulled back slightly. Seeing Shirakami Kaide's dumbfounded expression, she intentionally pouted, putting on an "I'm disappointed" look. What's wrong, little Bai Shufeng? That expression, could it be that you don't remember anything that happened these past 2 nights at all? Shirakami Kaide. These past 2 nights. What happened? He suddenly remembered those two figures moving beside him when his consciousness was hazy, that warm touch of skin-to-skin contact, the continuous infusion of warm energy, and the lust value notifications. Could it be, while he was unconscious? Rias and Akino, an absurd and extremely stimulating thought popped out uncontrollably. Could he have somehow muddled his way into completing a threesome achievement while unconscious? He looked at the two peerless beauties right in front of him, one shy and affectionate, the other smiling like a flower. Feeling the warm and smooth touch in his arms, his heart was filled with shock, disbelief, and a hint of indescribable excitement. He took a deep breath, held Rias and Akino's hands, and looked at them with an incredibly serious expression. President, Senior Akino, no, Rias, Akino. If I really did something to you while I was unconscious, I, Shirakami Kaide, swear that I will take full responsibility. No matter how many difficulties there are in the future, I will become strong enough to protect you and give you happiness. His words were resolute, and his eyes were so sincere it made one's heart skip a beat. Rias's cheeks turned even redder at his sudden, solemn vow, but her heart felt sweet. She couldn't help but glare at him and whispered, "Idiot, who wants you to take responsibility now, and, it really hasn't reached that final step yet." Her words were equivalent to indirectly admitting that there had indeed been extremely intimate contact during his unconsciousness. Shirakami Kaide's heart fluttered, and then he remembered that he seemed to have gained a large number of points before passing out. He immediately sank his consciousness into the system. Host. Shirakami Kaide. Level. LV4 Experience Points. 42 200s. Points. 360. Skill Points. 2. Contractable Servant Slots. 3. Contracted Servant. Rias Grimoire Affection Level. 85. Lust Value. 65. Himahima Akino's current status. Affection Level. 72. High Interest, Recognition, Ambiguous Feelings. Lust Value. 85 rising due to recent deep intimate contact and the host's performance. Contractable Status. Yes, using ordinary contract voucher. 72 Affection Level. It had already exceeded the 60 points required to use a contract voucher. And the lust value was as high as 85. Looking again at the 3 slots he possessed. A thought flared up in his heart like wildfire, and he could no longer suppress it. It's now or never. He didn't hesitate to concentrate his will, spent 50 points, and purchased that ordinary contract voucher. Then, under the surprised gazes of Rias and Akino, he reached out his arms and pulled them both tightly into his embrace again, feeling their distinct yet intoxicating bodies and warmth. Rias, Akino, meeting you is my greatest luck, he said in a low voice, his eyes flashing with a firm and gentle light, so, I don't want to wait anymore. His will locked onto the black-haired shrine maiden in his arms. Do you wish to use the ordinary contract voucher on the target, Himahima Akino? Yes. Akino, become my servant, he whispered softly in her ear. The next moment, a sudden change occurred. A familiar, complex magic circle glowing with peach-pink light appeared under Akino without warning. The light surged, instantly lifting her from Shirakami Kaide's arms and enveloping her. This is. The smile on Akino's face was instantly replaced by shock. She tried to mobilize her magic power, only to find her body completely imprisoned by the power of the magic circle. Akino. Rias also cried out, but then seemed to remember something, and her gaze toward Shirakami Kaide became filled with complexity. Within the light of the magic circle, the thin silk nightgown on Akino's body was stripped away as if by an invisible hand, instantly turning into fragments of light and dissipating. Her perfect body was exposed without reservation in the light. A snowy white body slightly more voluptuous than Rias's, with a pair of proudly standing, impressively sized breasts bouncing violently. Her slender waist, rounded buttocks, and long, straight legs, every inch of her skin glowed enticingly under the light of the magic circle. Immediately after, on her flat and smooth lower abdomen, a pink-purple succubus crest, in the same position as Rias's but with slightly different patterns, began to be rapidly outlined and formed. It was similarly composed of a heart shape, wings, and chains. A moment later, the light of the magic circle dissipated. Akino, completely naked and bearing a brand new succubus crest on her lower abdomen, gently fell back onto the bed, lying right between Shirakami Kaide and Rias. A brief silence fell over the room. Akino first looked down somewhat blankly at the crest on her lower abdomen, which radiated warmth and a strange connection. Then she looked at Rias beside her, who was also naked and had a similar crest, before finally turning her gaze to Shirakami Kaide, whose eyes were gentle and expectant. After a moment of silence, the corners of Akino's mouth slowly curled into a smile that was brighter and more genuine than ever before, also carrying a hint of realization and playfulness. This is truly unexpected. She stretched lazily, her beautiful curves fully revealed, with no intention of covering herself up. Although I don't fully understand what's going on, it seems that just like the president, I've become little Bai Shufeng's servant, too. She turned sideways, her finger gently tapping the succubus crest on Rias's lower abdomen before touching her own, her eyes full of mischief. President when you quietly came to me and said you needed my magic power to help treat little Bai Shufeng together, I didn't quite understand. Until I saw you take off your clothes and use your body to press against him, and then this crest glowed and actually stabilized those severe internal injuries that we were both helpless against. I was really quite surprised. She looked at Shirakami Kaide, her eyes charming with a hint of reproach. And then the president's magic power alone wasn't enough to maintain such deep treatment, so I had no choice but to get in bed to help supplement the magic power. These past 2 nights, we took turns using this method to pull you back from the brink of death. She intentionally emphasized the words, get in bed, use your body to press against, and, taking turns, her tone incredibly ambiguous. Shirakami Kaide's heart fluttered. So that was how the continuous warm energy and lust value during his unconsciousness had come about. He looked at the 2 beauties before him who had gone to such lengths to save him, his heart filled with gratitude and love. So, Akino suddenly changed her tone, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. With a flip, she actually pinned Shirakami Kaide, who had just sat up, back onto the bed. Her soft and full body pressed tightly against him, her breath like orchids in his ear. Since I'm your servant now too, and this crest seems truly magical, well then, President She looked at Rias, her tone carrying a provocative coquettishness. Can you lend little Bai Shufeng to me for a while? I want to properly study right now just how magical this contract really is. Akino. You. Seeing her being so bold, the blush that had just faded from Rias's face surged again. But seeing Akino pressed against Shirakami Kaide in such an intimate posture, a sense of competitiveness and possessiveness also rose in her heart. No way. Rias didn't care about being shy anymore and reached out to pull Akino. Shirakami Kaide just woke up, his body still needs, and besides, I was first. President is so stingy. Akino laughed as she resisted Rias's pulling, intentionally rubbing her chest against Shirakami Kaide, making him gasp. Didn't we share him when we were treating him? Now of course we should. That's different. Anyway, get off him first. No. Little Bai Shufeng, tell us, who do you want to have an in-depth exchange about the power of the contract with first? The 2 peerless beauties, one red-haired and intellectual, the other black-haired and gentle, were now like children fighting over a favorite toy. While bickering, they pulled and shoved on Shirakami Kaide's body. Their smooth skin rubbed against him from time to time, and the various wonderful touches and visual impacts made Shirakami Kaide's blood boil, almost losing control. He looked at Rias and Akino lying on him, bickering endlessly, feeling the ultimate bliss of holding them both and their deep affection for him. His heart was filled with immense happiness and satisfaction. He reached out his arms and pulled them both into his embrace, one on each side, letting their cheeks rest against his chest. All right, stop fighting. His voice was filled with laughter and immense tenderness. Rias, Akino, you are both the most important people to me. From now on, we will be together forever, okay? The two who were held simultaneously stopped their playfulness and lay quietly in his arms, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat. Rias buried her burning face in the crook of his neck and gave a soft, Akino raised her head and kissed his chin, her eyes rippling with charm and affection. Then, please take care of me, my master Tilda, and you too, President Tilda. The morning light grew warmer, filtering through the curtains and spilling over the three people who were hugging tightly, no longer separated by any barriers. In the warm and charming morning light, the tranquility of the three embracing was broken by a soft knock on the door. Immediately after, the bedroom door was pushed open a crack. President, I've brought replacement bandages and potions, and Asia also wanted to see if Shirakami Kaide has woken up. Kaniko's cold voice came to a sudden halt. At the doorway, the silver-haired, lowly-statured Kaniko Tuju and Asia Argento, who was curiously poking her head out from behind her with smooth blonde hair, both had their movements and expressions frozen simultaneously. Kaniko's purple cat-like eyes widened slightly, and a rare crack appeared on her calm, waveless face. Her gaze swept over the three people on the bed, who were hugging tightly and were completely naked. President Rias was lazily resting her head on Shirakami Kaide's shoulder. Senior Akino had half her body lying on Shirakami Kaide's chest, while Shirakami Kaide had his arms around the two stunning beauties, a satisfied and gentle smile on his face. This scene, the amount of information was simply overwhelming. Asia's azure eyes instantly widened, her small mouth forming an O shape, and her fair cheeks flushed red at a visible speed, as if they were about to drip blood. She instinctively let out a kya, and suddenly shrank back behind Kaniko, covering her eyes tightly with both hands. But she couldn't help her curiosity, quietly peeking through the gaps between her pressed fingers to steal a look at this shocking scene in the room. The air was silent for a few seconds. Kaniko was the first to snap back to her senses. She looked expressionlessly at the innocent-looking Shirakami Kaide, and then at Rias and Akino, who seemed not to have fully detached themselves from the tenderness, their faces still flushed. Finally, with her characteristic, flat voice, she softly and clearly spat out three words. Erotic fung. Her tone was flat, but Shirakami Kaide inexplicably heard a hint of relief that he had woken up safely, as well as her habitual make complaints of his dissolute behavior. Kaniko, Asia, good morning. Rias, on the other hand, quickly regained her composure, though the tips of her ears were still slightly red. She sat up calmly, not caring at all about exposing her charms. Instead, she was more concerned about whether being seen in this state by her subordinates would cause her to lose her dignity as president. Crimson magic flickered slightly in her hand. Immediately after, Akino also let out a light chuckle and sat up, equally unconcerned about showing off her beautiful figure. Almost simultaneously, two soft glows enveloped Rias, Akino, and Shirakami Kaide, who was sandwiched between them. When the light dissipated, the three of them were neatly dressed in the Kuo Academy uniforms, as if that erotic scene from just now had never happened. Only the unfaded blush on Rias and Akino's faces, and the way they sat closely on either side of Shirakami Kaide, silently announced that some things had changed. Come in, Kaniko, Sister Asia. Rias adjusted her collar, her tone returning to her usual presidential style, though it was slightly softer. Only then did Kaniko push the door open and walk in, carrying the medical supplies. Asia's face was still red, like a startled little rabbit, following closely behind Kaniko, but the petite cat senior obviously couldn't hide the tall sister. Shirakami Kaide, you're not dead. Good. Kaniko walked to the bedside, placed the items on the nightstand, and looked at Shirakami Kaide as she spoke. She paused, then added another sentence. Don't be so reckless next time. Thanks for the concern, Senior Kaniko. Shirakami Kaide smiled sincerely. He could feel the concern beneath Kaniko's cold tone. Mr. Shirakami Kaide, are you really alright? That's wonderful. Asia also plucked up the courage to poke half her body out from behind Kaneko, her azure eyes full of sincere joy and a look of relief. Your injuries were so terrible before, my power wasn't enough. Thanks to your initial treatment, Asia, otherwise I might not have lasted until Rias and Akino saved me. Shirakami Kaide said gently, thank you. Asia waved her hands hurriedly, her small face turning red again. The group moved to the spacious living room of the villa. Rias and Akino naturally sandwiched Shirakami Kaide between them, sitting on the longest sofa. While the posture wasn't particularly intimate, the natural closeness and occasional eye contact made the atmosphere a bit subtle. Before long, the magic circle in the living room lit up, and Shirakawa Kaide-kun's figure appeared via teleportation. Seeing Shirakami Kaide sitting there awake, he first showed a smile of heartfelt joy. Shirakawa Kaide-kun, you're awake. That's really great. But then, his gaze swept over President Rias and Senior Akino, who were sitting right next to Shirakami Kaide with an unusual air of intimacy, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. How sharp was Yuto? He immediately sensed that the relationship between the president, Senior Akino, and Shirakami Kaide seemed to have undergone a profound change. However, he quickly felt relieved, thinking to himself, after going through such a life and death battle together, and with Shirakami Kaide showing such determination and power, it's only natural for the president and the others to change their attitude toward him. As long as everyone is safe and the relationship is harmonious, it's a good thing. He composed himself and began to report official business to Rias. President, over the past 2 days, President Saji's side has basically completed the follow-up processing. The traces and energy residues in the warehouse area have been cleaned up by the Student Council's special department. To the public, it will be explained as, a small gas leak caused the collapse of an old warehouse. Regarding the 2 escaped fallen angels, President Sona used the CD family's intelligence network to track them. It was found that they have completely left the Kuo town area. It seems they received orders from superiors to retreat and recuperate, and they shouldn't return in the short term. Hearing this, Rias gave a cold snort. They ran fast. What about that mad priest Fried? Yuto's face darkened slightly. Fried Selzen's whereabouts are even more hidden. The space escape orb he used was of a very high grade, erasing most of the tracking traces. Currently, we only found that his last appearing fuzzy coordinates were in the mountains of a neighboring county, after which he disappeared. Based on his past behavior and this brief cooperation with the fallen angels, he likely joined some secret organization or is hiding alone, planning the next attack. HMPH, a rat in the gutter. A cold light flashed in Rias's eyes. Keep paying attention. Report any leads immediately. Yes. Yuto nodded, then looked at Asia, who was sitting quietly on the side sofa, his tone becoming somewhat hesitant. In addition, it's about the placement of Sister Asia Argento. Everyone's eyes focused on Asia. Asia immediately became nervous, her hands twisting together uneasily. Rias pondered for a moment and spoke. Sister Asia helped us in the previous battle, there's no doubt about that. However, she was, after all, a member of the clergy belonging to the church, carrying a precious sacred gear. Staying here with us for a long time might bring unnecessary trouble and risk to both herself and us. Hearing this, Asia's face turned slightly pale, and a look of loss and unease appeared in her azure eyes. She knew her identity was sensitive and she had nowhere to go, but here, although it had only been a short 2 days, it had made her feel a long-lost warmth and acceptance similar to home. At this moment, Shirakami Kaide suddenly spoke. President, why don't we first ask for Asia's own opinion? What does she think of us in this place? Rias glanced at Shirakami Kaide, nodded, and looked at Asia, her tone softening. Sister Asia, you don't need to be afraid. Just tell us your feelings truthfully. Asia looked up, looked at Rias, then at Shirakami Kaide, Akino, Yuto, and Kaneko. These people protected her when she was most terrified and helpless, cared for her when her magic was exhausted, and didn't discriminate against or hurt her because she was an outcast of the church. She plucked up her courage and said softly, I think it's very warm here. Miss Rias, Miss Akino, Mr. Yuto, Miss Kaneko, and Mr. Shirakami Kaide, Although you are all devils, you are different from what I knew before. You protect each other, risk your lives for your companions, and you accepted someone as useless as me. Here, I feel like I have a home again. As she spoke, her eyes grew a bit moist. Hearing her sincere words, everyone's expression softened a bit. Shirakami Kaide took the opportunity to say, since Asia also feels like this is home, and she has nowhere else to go, and her healing ability is an irreplaceable help to us all. President, I propose, let Asia become our companion, let her become your servant, Bishop. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.